We've got a year and a half left.
You keep saying that.
Till re-election.
Till re-election, right? A year and a half out. Next year. Stephen, are you
Year and a half, just like Jameson.
I'm 2023.
True, but that's a year, and then now it's only from now through December. So a year and a half.
Yep.
Sorry about your luck.
2023.
Can you use a flash drive on that?
I cannot.
But December 2023.
Yes, that's right.
Can you email it to me, or is it too large?
Too large.
Is it a video?
Nobody can make
Of Woodlawn? Okay. I'll figure something out when we get to that point.
Okay. What about one of those extra?
Yes, we can try that.
How you doing?
Are you sure?
No. Okay.
One of these days we're gonna bring it down. But we're happy about it.
That was the first thing. Where the shop is. Put it down here. Park.
Close shelters. We've had to replace two.
I was going for that.
They've been scattered.
Is this your dad? That's international.
Called you Monday.
I was on the edge as well.
I said your dad.
They called me.
It looks like she's had a heart attack already. She has.
Oh,
For
Monday
sure.
overnight.
Exactly. And it's a holy Monday.
I wanted to call it that. Oh, what's that? Calls.
This one called.
Have you?
Yeah.
Sometimes
Did you?
probably over.
Good.
And then I get in there.
You know, there's
I've been up since 2.
also, I'll take a look. I can
You walk
it later, after the meeting.
Welcome and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. If you are the host, please enter your PIN. Thank you. You are the only participant in the conference. The recording has started.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it the closest I can? It's got like the awning with the six.
Here in the house.
Discussion on letter A.
Make it down.
Megan, I've got a leopard print one over here if you want to use it.
I'm okay. Unlike her, I've got 10 years on it. I'm doing okay heat-wise.
chairs over here. You know,
Sure. Thank you. Give it this, I want to see this, you're in that way, you're doing nothing more fun than that anyway.
So handy. You're sitting here doing Zoom calls between here and Vegas.
before we call the meeting to order, why don't we go around and see what items people are interested in, so we know which ones to take first.
Perfect. Sue?
Not on the agenda, just I have 3 things to address.
Open forum, I guess. I
Perfect.
didn't have time for an agenda.
Okay,
I'm just here.
just here?
The rent ground.
Ground, so that would be
F, I think.
Yes.
F, 7F. Ground. Perfect. You know what you're here for.
Yep. Proclamation for you for Economic Development Week, and then I'm off to Cambridge to do the same thing. So
So that would be under citizens forum.
Yep.
And the only item that we have someone here for is F, other than citizens forum.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, he said he was just here.
It's fun.
So are we moving F
Oh,
up?
yeah, he's
Yeah,
farming.
that's called
Okay.
farm.
Sorry, Tim. All right, I got 6:30. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Roll call. Steve.
Yes.
Lauren.
Yes.
Megan.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Ken. Yep. Item number 3, approval of agenda. In front of you do have the agenda. Are there any additions, subtractions, corrections that need to be made?
I think it would be appropriate to move items 5B, C, D, E, F, and H to after 7O, that we re-letter after M, the A and B to N and O. Because departmental reports don't have to be done before the rest of the business,
Okay.
since there's no one here for that. And that 7F be moved up after or before the public hearing.
Okay.
And H and L be moved into the consent agenda, since they're just normal business items. I don't believe there'd be any discussion on them.
It's a motion made by Steve to move item 5B through H after item 7. Move item 7F after item 5. And also move item 7I and L to item 9 under consent agenda.
I was leaving the engineer's report along with the sheriff. If Wes shows up.
Well, I know EMS.
oh, excuse me.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Okay, so how about we move item C, D, E, F, H.
Well, C is EMS, isn't it?
Oh, yes. It was in my mind. Okay. Yes.
So just D, E, F, and H, we can do fire and EMS.
Perfect. So that was a motion made by Steve. Is there a second?
Second.
I will give that to Megan. Discussion. Hearing none. Steve,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Ken.
Yes.
All right, item number 4, citizens forum. At this time, we will take any input from community other than those that are currently on the agenda. Is there anybody that wishes to speak?
I was gonna say, let him go first since he has to go to Cambridge.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That's where we were going. Get him out of here.
Thank you very much. I have 7 other communities to do this over the next 2 weeks, so thank you. Before you is a proclamation, our annual Economic Development Week. It's just a statement of principles and also basically affirming that everything that we do for economic development for not just Maxwell, but Story County as a whole. And also it affirms exactly why we do economic development, whether it's housing, quality of life, placemaking, infrastructure, everything above. So I am here to get a photo of you lovely people as the mayor reads and signs this, and then it'll be posted on social media as part of our marketing and also the newsletter that goes out as well to the county and economic development.
Can I have you put my makeup on first?
I'm sorry.
All right, the 2022 Economic Development Week proclamation. Whereas economic development professionals are engaged in a wide variety of settings, including rural and urban, local, state, and federal governments, public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, universities, and community colleges, hoping to create and expand jobs that facilitate growth in these regions. And whereas the creation of new opportunities for businesses and entrepreneurs is one of several key components to securing the city of Maxwell's economic future for generations to come. And whereas Maxwell is committed to fostering a business-friendly climate that will attract and retain employers, enable the community to grow and remain competitive on a global scale, and generate new jobs and opportunities for our citizens. And whereas the Ames Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development Commission is committed to providing quality resources that boost economic growth and enhance quality of life throughout Maxwell and Story County. Therefore, I, Jameson Hudson, Mayor of the City of Maxwell, do hereby proclaim May 9th, 2022 through May 15th, 2022 as Economic Development Week, in appreciation of all our partners in economic development and in the economic development field, due to make the City of Maxwell the vibrant and thriving community it is today.
Thank you very much. I'll send a copy. That way you have one for your records.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me go first.
I have a question for you. Anything on the horizon as far as jobs in this area?
Other than the very cranky email I got from Casey's.
Oh, you got one of those?
Yes, I got one of those as well. I have been talking to some of your council members on some housing, and also as well, there is something on the horizon as well that I can talk to you about MIPA that I saw on your agenda as well. So that is something I can come back to on another council meeting and give you as much time as I possibly can on the ability of MIPA to help you. Because right now I'm working on a grant that's going to tap that Destination Iowa money, hopefully for another part of the MSA. So
Perfect.
I can help you with that and then moving forward as well.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, still on item number 4, Citizens Forum. Tim or Sue? Go ahead, Sue.
Sure.
Absolutely.
You know who I am.
Yeah.
We
Please
got,
state your name and address.
oh,
for the
Sue
tape.
Philpott,
Thank you.
614 6th Street. 50161. We have a major problem, which I'm sure that you are all aware of. Our emergency sirens are not working. The city says it's the county's responsibility. The county says it's the city's responsibility. And what's the story?
Can I give you some light on that?
Yes.
Yeah, so I know this has been a subject of our meetings for the past, what would you say, 2 or 3 meetings that we've had, at least. And so what has happened is Story County 2 years ago, I believe, went to a new emergency radio system. And that costed the city $53,000, if not more than that, to update our communication systems as far as fire and EMS go. The sirens were supposed to stay on the old system, and for whatever reason, there happened to be an update. And at this point, it's not just Maxwell, but it's several other small communities in Story County that, for whatever reason, when they flip the switch, the lights or the sirens do not go off in town. I have been talking with the County Board of Supervisors of coming up with a game plan to get those fixed. Otherwise, it may have to come to, we may have to come to terms with the fact that we need to update all those. In which case, those sirens are pretty pricey. You're talking $30,000, $50,000, $100,000 to do that. And we have 2 locations right now that would have to be replaced. So
2, where's the other one? I know one's at the school.
there's another one at the sewer lagoons.
From the south end of town.
Oh, that's a new one then?
Yeah.
No, well,
No.
no, it's been around for years.
1950s for names.
So the good news is they work if they're turned on manually. But that would mean that during the severe weather, when there's 70-mile-per-hour winds or there's tornadoes in the area, one of our city employees would have to go out there and manually turn them on. I'm not comfortable.
You mean, or is there a place where it's easily accessible?
They have to go to each pole and turn those on. My recommendation, and I think this has been my recommendation since that has been brought to our attention, is to our community not to rely on those, because those are specific for outdoor warning sirens. They're not made to here in your house. But in that case, we also have a remediation for that, where Story County has the 911 notifications app. Let me get it out so I remember what it's called. Smart 911. And what this app actually does, it sees where you're at, and it'll give you notification each time that there's a severe thunderstorm warning, if there's winds coming in, if there's a tornado or anything like that. You can do it via text, or you can actually do it through the app as well.
If you have a cell phone, but there are
Correct.
people who do not have access.
In which case
to
you
that.
can sign up for the landline option, and it'll actually call the landline and give you notification that way as
Okay,
well.
what if there's a weather alert or emergency alert during the market in the park or Old Settlers or any other private
Yep.
rentals?
And that's one of the discussions that we've had with the Story County Board of Supervisors. And so we're looking at trying to get it fixed. Because like I said, it's not isolated to Maxwell. It's several small communities in Story County that are having the same issue.
Yeah, and see, that's different than what the county told me when I called them.
Yeah.
You
So
can't rely on your
that's-
cell phones either.
Right.
During
Correct.
derecho, our phones were down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
His
go off.
radios were down. Our radios
Yep.
were down.
Yep.
The most worthless system they've ever come up with. The old one, I could talk to him, he could talk to me.
Yep.
It worked during the storms. They shut it down, put this new system in. I can't talk to him.
Correct.
He has to do a bunch of stuff to get to talk to me in the
Yep.
county truck.
Yep.
And the phones went out.
Yep. And I 100%.
Nobody in here could find out.
Yep.
We were
And I
calling.
100% agree with you. I'm also on the volunteer fire department here in town, and I was here in the heat of the derecho.
Don't we have one still right here on the fire department pole? A
We
siren?
do, but it was, when it was hooked up 10, 15 years ago, it's hooked up wrong. And we also need 3-phase to get, to hook that up. And that was pretty costly to bring it from there to there. We're talking.
What happened to the old one we used to have up there? I didn't mean to jump in on
No.
that. We had an old one here that wasn't 3-phase. The 3-phase ones were from City Mains, donated to the Maxwell.
I think the other old one was on the old water tower that was here in town that they could flip on for the,
Because we had one
Fire
before, the
whistle.
3-phase one, they put up sewer lagoons because 3-phase was already out there.
Yeah.
They laid on the ground for like 5 years before they took them out there.
yeah,
We
we looked,
had one here that wasn't 3-phase. You know, nobody knows what happened to it.
that was before my time.
So, because nothing else, if you got a tornado
It was
coming,
before my
fire
time,
trucks
too.
go out and start turning their sirens on.
Yep.
Get on the PA, start doing, you know,
I'm kind of
Yeah,
disappointed
because-
that a member of our city's team wouldn't put their self out there to protect the entire town. That just surprised me when you said that you wouldn't want to put, I understand, but you know, you're an employee and this is kind of your town and you kind of represent that. And I'm new to this thing, just letting you know, I don't come to things like this, but I'm sitting here listening and I didn't want to be quiet because this is an entire town. So you would think one person would take that upon themselves and say, I will do it to protect the people that don't have the little old ladies or the other people the people that just don't have the cell phones or the emails or the landline phones, because we have those people in town there, and people in society that don't have that stuff.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I just wanted to throw that
I'll
out.
take that. Yeah.
One up from yours is the employee would quite possibly be an EMS person that goes out in disasters already anyway.
For sure.
Isn't our EMS part of the spotter program?
So-
Not the EMS, but the fire side.
So the fire side's already active and out there roaming. So
If they
got
do
a
call
alert,
for spotters,
They
but
couldn't
like
run in.
the
Employee.
derecho issue, there was no spotter activation because it came so quick. They
There
had
was
no
a
idea what was
tornado.
going on.
just
We
a
tried
week
calling it
ago.
through, then we couldn't.
What was that? Sorry.
I was in Slater watching it hit, and we couldn't call it through, so
Yeah.
we watched it hit everybody.
Yeah.
And we had 30, 40 minutes to tell you, but phones were down,
For
the
sure.
new hi-fi junk radios were down.
Yep.
Yeah.
And children outside playing, how are they going to know? I mean, they're not gonna know, or if somebody's out biking.
Correct.
That siren is critical to the residents of this community and should be priority.
Correct. And I totally agree with you, and that's why we're having a conversation with the Story County Board of Supervisors and the Story County Emergency Management to get those fixed.
Yeah,
So,
it should be priority above a lot of these other little things that are going on.
Especially as strong as the storms have been recently. We've had
Right.
lots of
For
strong storms. And then we're just letting our stuff sound like be in disrepair and we're making excuses.
Okay,
Jansen,
number,
let me know if I can help do something,
Okay.
contact people.
yeah, well, I talked to Latika last week about it. There have been talks about doing a weather radio drive as well until it gets fixed. But obviously that's pretty pricey as well. So
Yeah.
we're trying to find some funding for that too.
Then we contact the governor's office,
I have,
National Weather Service,
emergency management has been my liaison, for that. So
because if what happened in Kansas happens to here and nobody did anything, who do you think's at fault?
for sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a thing that's like, somebody just go turn them on. You get the fire department, get them out there and tell them, somebody sit out there the whole time on the radio, so if somebody sees something going on out there or gets communication, to turn the sirens on.
It seems like the thing you do to unite in a small town like Maxwell. It truly does.
Is it just as
Adapt
simple
and
as
overcome.
flipping a switch on a pole?
Yeah, I think the one at the school, you have to get on the ladder.
Pull up in there.
I think it's out.
Sit and have one person sit in a vehicle with a radio
Turn that on.
by
I'm
the
not
pole,
sure about the one.
wait for the
You
cue.
spent $50,000 on
It's
radio.
up 10 feet, extend it down to where you can get out of your truck and pop it.
City truck or,
Fire truck maybe.
fire truck could be driven over there and you can climb on that vehicle to get to it.
Well, we can probably fix it so that it can be
Absolutely be-
usable, especially in a situation like this. You'd think you could make it so that it's.
Absolutely unobjectable to OSHA
It is.
to send your employee out and tell him to stand on top of a truck.
Not a fire truck, they can stand on the hood of a fire truck by OSHA law, it's legal.
To go out into a storm and
The fire department's a whole different bird, you can do whatever the hell you want to do.
So what I will do is I will bring that up to our Public Works Director and we'll make a game plan for you guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Soon.
I thought they were working, I'm glad you took it too.
Number 2, I have questions about the council meeting minutes. Why is there a delay of sometimes 2 to 3 months before they're published? They should be like amended at the next meeting, like
Can you
April
give us some
meeting.
more information on that? Because like if you look at our,
Well, not just this
Look at
time.
our-
I'm saying that this has been over a period of time. Sometimes it has been 3 months before they're published.
do you have an example of that? So
I
we can
don't
go
have
back
an
and-
example of it, but I do know that it happened.
When you say published, you mean what?
Well, aren't the minutes published somewhere? So that the
Yeah.
community can know what the council is doing
They're in the paper.
in the paper. Okay, some time ago, I suggested that it be put in the Maxwell, on the Maxwell website, so that the community doesn't have to go buy a newspaper to find out what the council is doing.
First of all, can you like calm down? I don't think we
Oh,
deserve to tell
I'm
that
calm.
you.
Believe me, I'm calm.
Yeah, give it a minute.
So I know we do have a thing on our website that probably does need updated. We don't have access on the city site to upload that. We have to go through someone to upload that, but I will make sure that we get in contact with them. And
I just think it would be good for the community to be able to know. They can see what's on the agenda, but they don't know the result of anything on the agenda. And the same thing goes for the budget, bills that were paid. That's something that the citizens should be able to know what their taxpayer dollars are going for.
The meetings are always put on YouTube, right?
Correct.
So you could just watch it on YouTube.
If you have
If
the
you're able to
ability
get on
do
the
that.
city, if you're able to get on the city's website, then
That's
you'd be
not
able to
the
get on
minute.
YouTube.
That's not the minutes, though.
So how would you like us to publish those minutes?
I think they should be on the Maxwell website, the city website. That should contain all action that is going on within the city that affects the citizens.
Did they not used to publish a minutes written in the, I thought they used to put out this is a written meeting minutes, this is what happened.
It is, it's still
And
published.
now we're into video age, so they just go to the newspaper.
No,
They have a
they're always published in the newspaper. That's state law. It's gotta be published in.
Yes, it's
That's-
just
Yeah,
knowing where they are
For
actually
sure.
published then. So is
Right.
that what, was that Tri-County?
yeah, Tri-County Times.
Perfect.
And then, unless we have internet issues since 2020, I think is when I started putting it on YouTube. So you can go back and view all the,
Yeah, it's nice having all that
for sure.
written down. There's a lot of things that from minutes long ago that don't get in the minutes.
And then
And it's kind of like they never happened,
our meetings typically last 3 hours.
right?
Yep, I understand.
And the budget, citizens should know where their taxpayer dollars are.
Yep, and that's
going.
also all public,
Okay.
public
Okay,
knowledge, so.
that really should be. I'm just as a citizen.
You can always ask.
Yeah, you can also call, and Deb has to produce.
Yeah,
has to
Oh, she
produce that.
has,
be
but I think
transparent,
that's kind of a nuisance for her, and it's not just me.
Okay.
Okay? And number 3, you're not gonna like. About the last meeting. Although I was unable to attend, I did watch the video. And I was appalled by the inappropriate behavior of this council. It was as though I was watching an elementary school classroom and not a city council meeting of adults.
Can you tell me what that inappropriate behavior was?
Oh, the laughter and nicknames, and we need to change the name of a certain group, and it was inappropriate for elected officials. You made a mockery of your elected duties.
I'm sorry that happened, and I'm sorry that you feel that way. We do take our job seriously, and hopefully we can move forward from that.
I hope so too, because you are elected officials and there are consequences.
And what would that be?
Oh, gee, when it comes around to an election,
That's not a consequence, that's a promise.
Well, then I promise.
Sue, do you have anything else for the council?
That's it.
Okay. Tim?
Several things, I
Yep.
guess.
Yeah.
Don't know where to start. Guess we can start with the
Can we get your address
And
too, Tim?
yes, sir.
111th Street, Maxwell, Iowa. I guess I never came in, I called some of you, but the young man's pickup that we were all concerned, not all of us, a very select few were concerned about targeting this young man about his pickup. This pickup right here was the one, this was taken the morning after one of you said this was in disrepair, junk, couldn't be moved, totally torn up. This is a picture of that, I'll send it around. The man wanted the cops called on this person, wanted it towed. Said it was on city property. Cops really didn't seem to want to do that. A lot of the others didn't seem to want to do that. But this councilman kept pressing. I went down and talked to the kid, super nice kid. Didn't hear of this till that morning when he got his letter, Monday morning. Monday night was a council meeting. After that, he had a cop come to his door. Unbeknownst to all this. And then I went there the next morning and watched the car being towed. Thought it was you guys. It was actually his mother. Talked to the kid about why it was on city property over here. When you, in the meeting, the same councilman said it would have been fine if it was right here in the road. It was over here because your public works director told him to put it there so he didn't have to push snow around it. That's one. Seems like we didn't elect you as a sheriff. We don't need police. Some people need to back off. That's one. Now, same people will go in here with the letters about the nuisance properties. Again, I'm gonna go with the same type of deal. This is my nuisance property that I got a letter about. You can look at that. I built a new garage, had an old garage there. That garage was being demoed. It was in the process of being demoed. It's almost all cleaned up. You can see the skid loader there. So that's not accumulating junk as of 50.02.13. If we're going to just nitpick at the public constantly, you're going to get backlash. So, in the same token, this, which is under accumulation of junk, which is what mine is, this is number 14 right after it. Failure to maintain structures. This is broken or rotted siding that is in serious need of repainting to the extent that the lack of paint is substantial, immediately noticeable, and renders the structure unsightly and constitutes an eyesore, all of which, taken together as a whole, renders the structure or structures unreasonably offensive to the senses of the average reasonable citizen, and to the extent overall appearance of the structures may adversely impact the economic fair impact value of other properties in the vicinity. It's basically what it says about mine in the junk. You recognize that house? It's yours.
417 Maxwell Street.
Yeah, that's yours. Paint's falling off. Seems to be in disrepair. We can go around and take pictures of each other's stuff all day long. You need to cease. You're the one that took pictures of my stuff. I can take pictures of yours. We can take codes. We can nitpick. We can play around. There's a code on there that said unused equipment, also in the yard. That's a snowblower in your yard. Spring, you use that now? It says unused. So again, we don't need police. We don't need you actively walking around taking pictures of our properties and writing nuisance letters, as far as I'm concerned. The first thing in this letter says it's been brought to the city's attention that your property is not in compliance. it wasn't brought to your attention, you went out and seek pictures. Take pictures of people's stuff. Here's your city property. There's codes on shoveling snow. Here's your city property all winter long. No snow shoveled. Here's the same city property in the spring with dandelions 1.5 feet tall. So I don't appreciate people writing these little letters from the city all the time about insignificant items. You look at my
What's
picture.
not shoveled on this one?
That's mine you're seeing shoveled, buddy. It's down there in between those two where you don't see it.
Oh, further down the sidewalk?
Yeah, the
Okay.
shoveled stuff, yeah, that's mine. But the stuff that's in between there that's not shoveled is city property.
City owned? What street is that on?
Metcalf,
Metcalf, right.
116.
Tim, is this your property, 120?
Yes, it is.
So it's the lot south of Tim.
Oh, it's the vacant
It's FEMA lot.
we got from FEMA. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Now that same lot, if we're gonna get on that subject, everything sheet drains from the school right into my property, right down my sidewalk, and it fills that FEMA lot because it's sloped, drains on the east, and it slopes to the west and puddles, fills that whole lot up with water. In turn, it seeps into the ground and seeps into Brian McDonough's basement and my basement on the north side. I've asked for something to be done, and I'm always told no. Can't do anything, it's FEMA lot. So I called Iowa FEMA, and there are things that can be done. And he did say he was going to get a hold of you guys. I don't know if he did or not yet. That would be Jason, head of FEMA. It can be regraded and a drain can be installed.
It needs to happen on 6th Street too. I didn't have a road. When the neighbors didn't have a yard, and my yard was totally filled with 3 inches of rain. Because the road sits higher than the grow up speed.
Used to mow the cemetery till 3 years ago when I had to come in and explain to the council, again, code, when the same person told me on a lot I had that I had to hook the city sewer. It was 1,000 feet away. Your code says you have to be within 150, which I had to come in here and explain to same councilman.
Which councilman was that?
That was you. You might have been mayor then. I also asked for that road in between Jim Myers and that property, which would have been 10th Street, to be abandoned. And that laid around for 2 years until Jim needed his property sold, and then it got done in a month. As far as mowing, I complained a few times, dropped it for a long time because the only person that went out and looked at it was, again, Mr. Gast. I was told it was great mow all the time. And these are pictures from 3 years. The first two are what an acceptable mow looks like. Professional mow. The others are what we get. They should be weed eated every time, and it sounds like somebody told him that he could weed eat every other time, and he really only does it every third time. And there's pictures. So this is just stuff that's been building up for a long time, and I really don't like to come in here and say this either any more than anyone else. But I feel I've been discriminated against by some of the members of this council for a long time now, several years. There's several more. This is just all I got time for. And I don't feel like I should come up and bother you people on your private time. I don't feel that's, I mean, I know people have said that's fine, but I don't feel it is. There's a time for that. I mean, if we got together, I'd talk to somebody about it. I don't know. But what's been going on, some people get away with doing some things and some people don't around here. there's a ton of things going on. I don't want to throw people under the bus because I like a lot of the people that are getting away with a lot of these things. So I'm not going to do that. But here's just the ice, just the tip right here. And pictures don't lie. People do.
Tim, I appreciate you bringing all these concerns to us.
That's all I got.
And I would love to take you up on the offer of sitting down and talking with you at some point. So,
That'd be great. Because there's a lot of things. Yeah, I do kind of want those when you're done with them.
Right here.
Yes, if you need any more.
I'd have a little bit more to say,
Yep.
but my letter that came to me with all your pictures on it is at the post office. So I
We
haven't
have
even
your
seen
name
it.
and address for the
Carl
record, please.
Kogenauer, 400 Woodlawn Street.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, like I said, I haven't even had time to get my letter, but I heard that this council meeting was here, so I didn't want to miss the boat on this, so I came so that I could be seen and my voice could be heard. I've been through one of these one time before. It was probably, I'm going to guess maybe 8 or 10 years ago, because he was 10 or 12. And they got on us about our bicycle collection, because we probably got about 30 bicycles. We got some old ones, and we work on them. We build them. It's our fun project. I have them in a dog run with a fence around it and a cement ground or cement floor. They're not a nuisance. That was what I got for the last time. I can't, and they're still there because I came to a meeting. It was when maybe Marcus Fricky might have been the mayor here, so it's been a while back. But there was not a problem with them. So I guess that it's hard for me to come and really say very much to you without seeing the pictures that were taken of my property. But so I guess
Bottom line, he's probably discussed this before and they said it was okay, and here we are again.
and I think, so this was a big project that the council undertook to try to keep up the town. The letter that we sent out was supposed to be for if you guys need any help cleaning those up, if you had larger items and needed help cleaning those up, that we'd be more than happy to help, as well as have a conversation about what's going on, what do you need. Maybe it isn't in violation of the code, and we can sit down and have that discussion. So I apologize that that's how things were perceived, and
I just felt it was speedily done. I didn't really have time to approach my stuff and come back in here and really sound intelligent when I talked to you. But I still came in here so that my voice could be heard about this, because you guys might think it's junk and it's crap, but it's my stuff, man. It's my metal, my pile of metal, or this or that. It's not crap. It's not junk. I'm a poor kid that works hard for my money. I have my stuff. I don't want to get rid of it because I'll use it another day. It's mine. It's on my property. I don't go around getting my nose in other people's business, man. I like all you guys. I say hi to you on the street when I see you. I have no problems with anybody. Don't care what you're doing as long as you're not hurting somebody, because that's wrong. We need to just mind our own dang business. We live in a small town, Iowa, so that we can accept people for who they are and what they are, and not to judge people because you think you're better or cleaner than them or your stuff's nicer. It's just crap to me, man. I'm so disappointed in this town, dude. I'm 50 years old. I've lived here my entire life, man. I've come to 2 council meetings now in my full time, which maybe I should come to more, but I don't know. I don't want to get disappointed more. The whole fire whistle thing or the storm whistle, that was disappointing to hear, man. Somebody should be jumping at the opportunity. A firefighter or something should jump at the opportunity to do something about that. And then this whole thing with us people policing us and watching us, man, that's just crap, dude. I don't tell you what looks nice. All of us have different opinions of what's cool. So I guess without my pictures of what some people deem an eyesore, that's all I can give you. But I'm thoroughly disappointed in the way that this town's going, man. We're too good for our own britches around here anymore. That's what I think, man.
What's your address, Carl?
400 Woodlawn Street, Maxwell, Iowa.
Thank you.
And it's Carl with a K. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still got tons I forgot. How about Darren Williams' semi? It's been 12 years. Knock it off. He's got a lawyer. If you'd have done something, you'd have done it by now. Leave him alone. All it is somebody's bruised ego again that wants to keep coming after him. He's driving a semi home. If it is over your weight limit, it would be like 1,000 pounds or so. It's not hurting a thing. There has been no complaints. This stuff should be judged on a complaint. This is again somebody coming in and looking at him vindictively, and because he told them to buzz off, now they're bothering him for 12 years and it's still going on. Drop it.
I thought of something as well. I don't think that visitors to our town really have a lot of time to actually look at our messy yards because our roads are so embarrassingly crap in this town. I live on 4th and Woodlawn, so the street that I live on that's right along the football field right there and goes up to the school. For one, down where I live, man, it's a swamp, dude. It's the puddles are when it rains, and not just the trench ones that we'd be getting. It balls up right there, but I don't complain because I don't really stick my nose in or get my out there. I don't complain about shit. I accept it. It's where I live. Well, the same street, they've got all the construction going on it, and if you get up almost to the school, it'd be just on this side of the road. I think Loretta Cunningham lives in the house right there, but either way, it doesn't matter. There's a spot where they've dug out and there's like a water, like a little manhole cover thing. It's about that much of a drop. This winter, when I was driving to get over for somebody, I hit that. My tire went down there. It hit that water deal, broke a cord or a belt or whatever on my tire. I had to get new tires. Didn't go in, didn't complain, mind my own business, own up to my own stuff. So I personally don't think people have enough time to look at my crappy yard because my road's twice as crappy. They're gonna have to be watching the damn road.
And I know you have also talked about the roads in town and how to fix them. One of the big projects we're trying to figure out is Baldwin Street. I'm sure everybody realizes that Baldwin is horrible. It's probably the worst street that we have here in town. The problem with that is what started out of being around a $600,000 project obviously has now turned into about a $1.5 million project. So it's trying to figure out how to fund that and all that. But we are working diligently on that.
Have you pigtailed with the county since they're coming down S27 and bringing the machinery right on through to the stop sign?
They can, but our plan is to replace all the water lines underneath that. So
they'll give you time. Those guys, have you not seen a county paving job? This is not something that happens in 5 minutes.
Yeah, and we did discuss that.
Yeah.
We did have
and it costs you about 1/10 as much money because the machinery's already here. And it's like if you don't have something stuffed right up your nose, maybe have a look. The machinery's going to be right there in each town picking up and turn around. They can just come on in 2 blocks, 3 blocks, whatever the hell it is. That road's been a disaster for 15 years. But if you look at the other streets that got paved, city council members, mayors.
Same streets over and over and over. Get seal coated.
You got a hill right there off that road, that hill that goes up there. Why'd they get seal coated? 3 cars a year drive on that damn road, and you let this road go to crap for 10
Which
years?
road was that?
It's the one by BJ used to live there. That house that's half in the hill goes back to the east. I don't know.
Seven.
6 or 7.
I guess
Seven.
until that
Seven.
happens,
Town,
when we
right?
can finance this,
They
which will
got-
be a long time, and we
Seal
probably
coated
can't.
last year, 2 years ago.
We're still looking at we
Road
have
looks like
funding their
crap. Every road in
CBDG
town is
grants.
main
stuff.
track.
Yeah, I'm just saying, this is gonna take a long time, no matter what.
Dig them out, go back to gravel. I pay city taxes per same square foot frontage. I have a gravel road. I'm in the city limits, both sides of us are. Between the two of us, we pay more than probably half the town does per front. Why is my road paved? Just throwing that out there. I don't care. I grew up on gravel. I'd rather live on gravel, but if they're gonna start playing tit for tat, instead of every city council member and mayor, not you guys, in the past, their roads have always gotten paved. It's been a standing joke in this community for 30 years. You know, the one that lived out at the Lagoon Heights was one of the worst ones to do it. And everybody in town knows that. But I mean, people are watching.
Right, yeah.
And they'll make fun
The
of you
other 20
guys
that I don't have
for the
time
rest
to
of
say.
your lives because everybody's going, what a clown. You don't care about the community. Spend. It's free. It's tax dollars here. Just here, take it. We had a blown up backhoe that they were driving around town that was worthless. I told one of your council members, I'll give you the money that Cass giving you right now. Don't see it, don't need to see it, nothing. I'll give you that money cash. But yeah, that should change around a little bit. Got a brand new one. We don't have a certified box. 20 years ago, you guys probably, oh, what was his name? The guy that used to be the city kid.
Yeah, it fell in a hole or got almost.
Yeah, because we don't have a proper box. You don't have the proper safety equipment to have a backhoe. You don't have anybody trained to use a backhoe.
This
You don't
is
have
stuff
lockout,
construction
tag
people
out
know.
procedures in place for lockout, tag out for digging. I dig.
What do we use a backhoe? Sorry.
Move snow.
What do we use a backhoe for?
Move snow.
In-
That's
in
all
town.
they've ever done with
That's
the
it.
damn thing.
And use it for the city dump site.
City dump site?
What was that, Lauren?
Push the wood.
Down here to push all that wood up?
Yeah.
Where's that come from?
Commercial. 90% of it's commercial people bringing it in. It's not. It used to be
Commercial.
just-
Do they live in town?
Two of them I know don't.
Isn't that supposed to be for
It used
people
to be
in Maxwell?
It
that they
is,
took
it can
care
still
of.
be used for people in
Remember when
Maxwell.
they-
The
they
reason
would
why
do
we
stuff
have
for us?
commercial is because
They're
we
not
have an
doing that
agreement with them that they will do our tree trimming for the town, so we save money on that.
How many
Three tree companies do that?
I think we move
No,
around.
it's just, we move around.
Yeah.
It's- The ones around
So
the
there are,
pastures.
everybody that dumps in there and utilizes our backhoe and all our tax dollars, that we push that huge pile up and we haul those big things of mulch, bucket by bucket, back into the timber.
Just saying that.
And
we
that's
shouldn't-
not
we shouldn't have bought-
transparent.
should
That's
not have bought
like
it.
side deals.
Back.
Government should not do,
You're not saying Tony's not a good guy, not a good operator or anything else. But I mean, we had guys that knew what they were doing, almost got crushed in this town. You know, Danny Lawrence. Danny he knew where every pipe in this town was. Every pipe. The guy was unbelievable how fast he could dig a hole and fix stuff. The city screwed him over every time they could because somebody didn't like him. You know, if you got somebody that knows what's going on in your town, ask. You're a little tiny town of Norwegian.
Believe I said
Well,
that
we used to be
before, too.
Norwegians. I don't know what we are now, but it's a little tiny town. If you got somebody who knows what's going on, hey, there's somebody around here that's got a machine, I guarantee you. Valvey's got one that can dig up the whole town and bury it, you know?
Sarah, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Steve Flickinger.
Thank you.
But it's just,
Short street.
I'm just kind of, because these guys are, I don't know, we got stuff, you guys gotta move on to out of this, but
yeah.
I'm just saying it's time to start spending the money appropriately.
Well, just, I think the attention goes to is you got better things to think about than coming and nitpicking all of the citizens for
Fix the
little tiny
sirens.
things.
I agree. Let's focus
That's-
on making
that's
our
what
town
that's about
better
for
than
me
attacking
today.
the people that mind their own business.
Right.
We all have
There's an
different
ordinance
tastes,
here
man.
that until we get them streets filled, there's a little, one of your codes here, 24.05, says shall fill potholes in your duties for your public works
Where
director.
you start? That road is a whole pothole.
And I know we are in the middle of buying some
I would-
patch.
I would get a hold of the guys.
But
and
again,
find
that's
out.
just stuff that every year, that should
Yep.
be, you know to do that.
Darren,
It's a pothole, it happens
you
in the
know
spring.
who Darren is, right? Engineer, Story County Engineer, secondary roads engineer.
Yes.
Call up there and ask him who got the contract. And see if you can pigtail in with them. It'll save you a ton of money.
It was Manette,
Was it Manat's got it?
and I've already tried to contact them, and they won't come down.
I mean, as far as the city patch, you can actually,
Well,
you know, you can go up and take a dump truck up to an asphalt plant, drop in some hot mix and come in and throw hot mix in. You can buy cold mix. There's several ways, very simple. You
Part of
just
the
dump it in
reason-
hole and fix it.
I can
It's
talk to some
temporary.
people at Manat's. Part of the reason you're probably getting crapped on by Manat's, you crapped on one of the head Manat's.
Sorry,
You
my
told all
my
this stuff
husband
out
works there.
When you guys went out and did that, hired lawyers to go out here and take a bunch of stuff from an old man that just worked on golf carts and crap. Built the
Right.
fence the way you guys said to do it and then went after him.
The old
You
Conoco?
should see who he was before you start stepping toes.
I know
That's
who he
why you're
was.
not gonna get out of Manat's.
Is that the old Conoco station that was zoned industrial and right across from, I don't know,
Zoned commercial,
commercial? Yeah.
wasn't zoned
It was a
industrial.
gas station, right?
Nothing's changed.
Commercial.
It still looks
So it
exactly
was
the
a
same
commercial
now as it did
operation,
before
right?
you guys spent thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
on tax
and
money.
and again, that was more vindicative stuff, it seemed like to me, and again,
The junkyard's a junkyard.
you run him out of town because it's
There's
right
two in
across the
town
street
that
from your
we never
house.
touched.
A junkyard, you might think it's a
Thanks, Tim.
junkyard, that might.
Yeah,
that
sorry,
is good
guys.
stuff.
Do you have my
I
cell
apologize to everyone.
That's
No, I
what
don't.
I'm
Find
trying
me
to say.
something, but yes, any one of you, I understand there's a lot of you people that are really in here changing things and doing way better than a lot of things used to be. So for those of you that know who I'm talking to, keep it up.
Here, Tim.
Well,
Tim,
For those of you that know who I'm talking to also, stop it.
do you have a trail cam
Thanks,
that
Jamie.
could be
Yeah.
used?
Wildlife.
Thanks, Jamie.
I have some wildlife trail cams, yeah.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because Mitzi DeGroat had one and she wanted me to give it to you if you did not have one.
For the porta potty,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're sitting okay on that.
I'm gonna work on it.
All right, well,
I think
Mitzi
it was,
just,
I second guessed myself, not to change the subject, but it may have been the wind. Just got a little upset, that's all it did.
There's no wind. This is Iowa, we don't have.
well,
wind.
she just wanted to make sure that you had what you
Yes.
needed and was going to give this to you.
Yep.
So,
I'm
You're set.
keeping my eyes open.
okay.
All
Thank
right. We're gonna ask, is there any other citizens forum before we close that?
Is that round part of that, or are you moving that?
No, we got that.
We still
I
got
think we're gonna
that.
take off. I just wanted to let you guys know this
Thank you,
is the second
Carl.
one that I've
Thank you,
come
Carl.
to.
Thank
I
you,
prefer
Kyle.
not to have to come to them. I prefer to mind my own business and just get along with everybody
Appreciate
here.
it.
So,
what you did.
and
Thank
like
you,
I would
Carl.
like to also
Yeah,
say,
it's Kyle.
Kyle? Nice
I
to
would
meet
like
you,
to
Kyle.
say though that all of us have different things that are appreciated by us. My stuff in my yard is important to me. If you came in there and you took all my stuff out of my yard, that would be like me coming and taking all your stuff out of your yard, man. Those are my possessions. Those are the things that I've worked hard for over life. So I really hate when the town that I've been loyal to for 50 years, I feel like they're gunning for me. And that's a bummer, man, because I don't judge you guys, so please don't judge me.
And if you get those pictures back
No, I
and have questions,
Okay.
feel free, you can
Nope,
contact
yeah,
Deb
I
and she
plan
can
on
give you my
trying.
phone.
It's tough to get off of work in time to get to the post office and whatnot, and I came in here because I came in here knowing that I was at a disadvantage, or it was gonna sound stupid, but
No, you're
the fact is
You
that
don't
I
sound
came in
stupid.
here because I'm standing up for myself,
absolutely.
and in my work, there's a lot of, there's not a really good word for me to say this. Never mind, I'm just gonna leave it at that, because I don't wanna get too deep in, man, but, we're getting stuck in a rut here where we're a very judgmental town, and we need to be open-minded. That's how we're gonna get people to come into this town, if we get people, if you feel comfortable, or you're somebody that comes in here and you feel like you can live in Maxwell. But if you're somebody that feels like you have to live up to somebody's standards in Maxwell, that's gonna shun you away from here, man.
All right.
But thanks anyway, guys.
Thanks, Carl.
Have a good night.
Carl.
Anything else for citizens forum? Hearing none, we will move on to the sheriff report. Do I have that?
No, we
No.
didn't get one.
We didn't get one.
I didn't get an email for it either.
Okay.
So, the only thing I can really talk about at this point is a lot of vehicle burglaries, mostly on the northwest side of the county in the last month, Gilbert, Story City, Roland area. I don't think we've, to my knowledge, had many down here, but
We did.
just did you?
There was one, yeah.
Okay. I was gone for about a week, so I don't know if I missed them, but just a friendly reminder to lock up your cars. I know it's small town Iowa, but crime still happens, unfortunately. Take keys in, don't leave it. High valuable items laying out. Just something to keep in mind. To remind citizens. Outside of that, nothing else I can think of off the top of my head. You guys have any concerns for our office?
Did you see that abandoned car out by the bridge? I called it on.
Which bridge?
On the 60th, by the new bridge going out.
I think they're actually dealing with it right now.
Okay.
So.
That was gonna get creamed when it got dark.
Was it?
Yeah,
what kind of car was it?
Silver Honda station wagon, minivan thing.
I think they just towed it.
Because they had boxes laid out everywhere. It was on the bridge.
I think they just dealt with it. Actually, that's what I've been listening to this whole time. So, it's also brought to my attention there's been a break-in and fire at the shelter. So I will send an email out about extra control for that. I'll look and see. I'll look back at call history. I'm not entirely familiar with that, so I'll look at call history and figure out timeline and send an email out and let people know to keep an eye on it during certain times.
Was that, Deb, was that the church stand?
This is like the fourth time it's been broken into.
Oh, really?
This year?
Pretty much, yes.
What's on the inside that's being,
They take in firewood and Start the fire.
Start bonfire,
Yeah.
like a little
Please
campfire.
enter your PIN followed by the pound or hash.
Why would they just,
If you do not know your PIN, please,
Put a trail camera down and find it.
thank you.
just wondered, before the market
If you
had
got
the
anything, we'll
storage
talk to you
unit,
now.
we had all of our stuff in there. I don't know why they just didn't set our stuff
You got
on fire if they were trying to start a
Yeah,
campfire.
Monday was the last day that they called me and told me that somebody had broken in.
Do you know anything about the break-in fire over here at the shelter?
The break-in fire at the
I
shelter.
don't think they
break-in
called
fire.
in.
Oh, what's it called? I don't know anything about
On
that.
Monday? I don't know.
No.
I don't either.
We can get some, we can get one of our trail cams down there too and see if we can catch anybody.
Yeah,
I
perfect.
think there's
But I will
a place.
let everybody know to drive through the area when they're in town.
Thank you. Anything else for Officer Powers or Officer Luke while they're here? Yes.
Last month, you were gonna check, or we asked you to check, about the connections between the fires in the country. Are there any updates or any more information on
It
that?
doesn't sound like they're connected.
They aren't? Okay.
Perfect.
Did they try him yet?
What's that?
That boy get tried yet?
I don't have any idea. Once it goes into the juvenile side, we don't really have anything to do with it from there forward. So I don't know.
Till they move him to Cambridge and you get to play with him again?
Anything else? Okay, hearing none. All right, guys. Be
Safe.
safe.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Be
you.
safe.
Fire report. We have 4 calls with 15 people. Second false alarm at the school for the year, 1 more free, and then we will start charging them. Injuries none, maintenance none, no special events, nothing new, and nothing that the city needs to do. Anything for Tony on the fire side? Perfect. All right, moving on to EMS. Let's see, total page outs for Maxwell 7 pages responded to was 4. Certified EMS per call 1 to 2. Fire persons assist 1. Cambridge to Maxwell 2. Kudos. Yeah. EMS monthly meeting, no meeting due to lack of personnel. Monthly truck check, yes. CQI was completed by Stewart County Medical Center. Vehicle maintenance, annual service for 863, nothing from the city. Notes, EMS supplies ordered and received. New purchase date for Tahoe will be 5/19/22. Haven't gotten an official price, but the state hasn't confirmed prices for state bid. Last phone call at Carl's was determined price would be very close to $40,500. The emergency vehicle contact is out of town at the time. We'll contact them again on Monday. Anything for Scott on the EMS side?
The 40,500 is complete with all of the interior modifications.
That's the truck.
So that you just
That's the truck.
take
Just a truck.
Just the truck.
That's the truck.
So there's going to be more.
The lighting bid that I gave you guys on the last, what was it, two meetings ago, something like that. I'm gonna talk to him a little bit more. He said what he's been trying to do, Andrew is trying to do, if I understood him correctly, there was multiple people all trying to get their rigs done, I guess you could say. And he was going to try and order all the lights like in one package to try and get everybody's prices down. So that bid, all I got for now is saying that bid is probably the highest that it could probably be. With any luck, if he's doing that right, then it'll be less.
You're gonna have to build containers or anything inside so the equipment doesn't fly around.
There will be a safety shield that would be between the cargo compartment and the passenger compartment that will keep everything back there. Basically kind of similar to what cops have.
You're talking, Steve, more about boxes that hold equipment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it doesn't fly around. I mean,
Right.
it keeps out the driver's area, which is a good safety feature, but then
Everything will be
Flying around.
secured. It's OSHA. OSHA states that you got to have it belted down.
okay.
So it'll be right when it's done.
And will that be an additional cost to get that set up?
No, that was within that lighting bid.
Okay.
It was what I'm envisioning basically, because we don't have a lot of stuff going into it. It'll be like an upper shelf and then probably 1 or 2 dividers being a vertical so we can slide our bags into it. Monitor will probably go on top. That's about all we got. We're in the midst of, we have a lot of bags.
Trying to combine them.
Well,
Or
I struggle. I struggle with our people because they've done it this long, this way. In Des Moines, we have one PEDS bag and one first out bag. And there we have 2 first out bags, a trauma bag, a PEDS bag, and stuff like that. So we're trying to, it's a work in progress.
consolidate.
We're trying to consolidate, be a minimalist. Because like I said, I've said several times, like, Story County comes down. I mean, in all reality, by the time we respond from home, we get the vehicle, we get to the scene, we don't have 20 minutes to be able to actually have a lot of procedures done. You know what I mean? So we don't need a lot of things to do because we've already got an ALS rig on its way. Every once in a while, like the other night, we had a call up in the trailer park. I don't know what the unit number is. Station 3, Ankeny, had to come transport because all Story County rigs were out of service, or not out of service, but they were tied up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. So Ankeny had to come?
Yeah.
Mary really didn't?
They were out on
They
calls
were out
too. When I work at Huxley, you would not believe how many times that we have to go. I've had to go to Gilbert. I've picked up people in Ames. Like there's a lot of times, truly, Story County and Mary Greeley both need another squad. Even if it's not a 24-hour squad, maybe it's just a 12-hour rig, something like that. They both need.
How do we convince them to do that and house it here?
A lot of it could be the Board of Supervisors with the essential service stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm way down here. That's administration stuff way up here.
I'm trying to set up a meeting with all of the county supervisors to go over that stuff. They seemed pretty receptive when I called them last week or 2 weeks ago. I don't even remember what it was, but
I don't understand what the big deal is. I mean, I don't understand why it's so difficult to make. I mean, it's going to improve every single community in Story County. So
I think you could have a north, middle, and south rig, and
Yeah.
I think part of the thing is I don't know if they have full understanding of
the importance
down here versus it being in Ames.
Most of the supervisors live in Ames.
Yeah,
so,
or Gilbert.
Gilbert, and they have everything they need.
Not to anybody else.
So
the extra bid was for lighting, storage, and radio.
The radio transfer from our 863 that we have now to the new
Transfer and
863.
then the wiring and everything needs to go.
Yes.
Thank you.
anything else for Scott? Scott, anything else for us?
I have a question
Yeah.
because I'm really new to this and I don't know how to go about doing it. On May 15th or whatever that day was, May 15th, 19th, whatever you said, whatever I told you. I guess
May
do
19th, 22?
Yeah. I mean, do I have the go ahead? Do I call Dennis with Carl's? I mean, is there anything else I need to do for you guys to be able to make this happen?
I think what we need to do is, oh shoot,
It's just 2 weeks away.
Yeah, I think we probably should, if it's at all possible, to have a special meeting. So we decide, okay, here's the threshold we'll go to.
Should be a fire board meeting, not just a council meeting. So the township trustees are there.
And EMS.
If you don't have
Sorry.
sign off with the township trustees, you don't have.
Since you're good.
Yeah. So, do you guys have any dates open?
Usually township trustees, to get them, that would be a Saturday morning.
So you're talking the 14th?
Yep.
That'd be the easiest one, probably.
Well, everybody's busy on
Giving
Saturday.
time to do it, yeah.
Is that okay with you if we
That
see if
doesn't
that'll
make,
work?
yeah, I mean, I just need to know what to do. That's all.
For sure, for sure. Deb, if you would reach out to them, that would be amazing.
I'm sorry, I did it last minute. It was literally I couldn't get them nailed down with the price at all. And the person that I talked to was actually a secretary that I was trying to get something out of them. And they said, when I said, yes, we're just looking for a Tahoe, she's like, well, we don't have numbers for Suburbans, but here's what we do know for Tahoes. So that's all I could really give you.
well, between now and when we meet on the 14th, having prices tied down as much as possible and complete, not just the truck, but the lighting and storage and radios, so that there is a bottom line total that needs to be
We're waiting on the state.
appropriated by the township and the city.
Yeah, I get it.
Dine over there?
Always about this time. As soon as I go to bed, I'll be fine.
Yeah, so we'll get that scheduled, and hopefully we can get some folks to show up so we can get that going. Am I correct in saying if we order on the 19th, it probably won't be here till October?
That's what they had told me. That's the last thing that I was told.
Okay.
Which sounds fairly fast from my contacts that I talked to at work
Yeah.
through Des Moines when they try and order them. They've waited longer, so I really don't know.
My truck's been ordered for 7 months.
Oh, there you go.
Perfect. Anything else?
You have anything for me?
I don't think so. We're good.
Did we set a time for that meeting?
Probably
Generally
nine.
about 9:30.
I did it a long time ago. I ain't gonna do it again.
Whatever works for the township.
Yeah.
It's a
I'll
struggle.
try to make it. We got signed up.
Bounce everything in the world and try to go do volunteer shit.
So those games are on Saturdays.
Go volunteer.
I can't do it now. Livestock and hay.
Sure.
All right, so we will move on to item 6A, public hearing, second.
Engineer.
Oh, engineer West.
Wes would like to go.
Give me if you'd like, that's all right.
No, he wasn't here, we moved him.
Yeah, you're down to the bottom now.
That's all right, I'll probably be here till then anyway.
Really?
So real quick, things that we're not gonna cover in other parts. I have not heard, anything back on the SDBG. They told us last month, for a couple weeks, and I talked to Spencer again. Yeah, no, I'm crickets still. So it's a new program. So my suspicion is that they haven't quite made it a priority in what they're doing. So we're still following up on that. We'll let you know as soon as we hear something. He was gonna check again when I talked to him last week, and so we'll see. Obviously didn't hear anything since then, so as soon as we do hear something, I will let you know.
This was on the.
This was the Baldwin Street for the SDBG grant, surface transportation grant.
Steve had some questions earlier about how much cheaper it would be just to have the county do a map over top of Baldwin instead of what the council has chosen. And if my recollection is correct, that was one of the options that you guys had provided.
Yep.
And the council elected to do a complete rebuild of the street, taking it down and putting in new base and everything, because the coring that you did indicated that putting a mat on wouldn't solve anything because there's no base.
Yeah, so when that project first started, it was going to be just an overlay because those are fairly inexpensive and they're expensive and they're fairly workable. However, at the time, we recommended that because of the state of the road, that our roadway designer said, well, it would be worth the time and money to take a look at what is underneath that road to see if it's a systemic problem or if it's just, the pavement is going. So we did that. We took the cores, we did that little study and evaluated the different options. And what we did find is that the subgrade underneath that roadway has issues. And that's why we were seeing a lot of those potholing. So that the recommendation to just do an overlay comes with a not going to last very long kind of caveat on it. So that you can do an overlay, but you're going to be doing an overlay a lot sooner than you normally would because that base is still bad underneath there. So
And every time you do an overlay, the street gets higher and the crown gets worse.
I mean, you can mill it down too, but it's just, it's kind of a cycle that it's not really going to get better. So the option
Steve,
that
did
was.
you have any more questions
Yeah.
that you would like to ask of Wes?
What company do you work for?
Snyder and Associates. Yeah.
Well, oh God,
You know,
25
trying to provide information for
Well,
you.
25 years ago, you guys did a study for the water drainage and putting in all this stuff, and it just snowballed and been that way for 20 years. Every 6 months, you guys resurvey and do it again. 90% of the problem in this town is the drainage. The roads in town are going to stay crap because there is no proper main drain system through the city. I'm sure if you've looked, it's a running joke. It goes through somebody's yard to get through somebody's house to go to the creek.
Yeah, no.
Well,
so with the fifth Baldwin project, one thing we are doing is we are adding in some storm sewer and subgrade to get some drainage off of that subgrade underneath the pavement.
So you take storm sewer to the creek?
To the creek, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Because that's you got people over on the corner. I can't remember their name. Their place floods all the time because of the city.
Where?
Right there when you come into town.
Everybody's place floods all the time.
Well, yeah.
Carol's? Is it
Yeah, Carol's place. And they've been nice enough not to just sue the living crap out of the city because it's the city doing it to them. There's no intake there. There was tile given to the city if they wanted it for free, but didn't happen because it was too big.
Where is this again?
Carol's.
Carol's.
It'd be
Fifth
Brian
and Baldwin.
Fifth
Yeah.
and Baldwin.
North and west corner.
That corner.
Where Shannon is and.
Yeah.
Yeah, that corner right there.
Down the
The whole
northwest.
city
Which
jumps
is-
into that.
Which is what we would be putting an intake and draining to the creek.
Taking it to the creek.
Yep,
through the
yeah,
yard.
so that's where the Baldwin Street project stops. And we had actually done a storm sewer plan when I first started back in 2009, I think, for that area. To put in some storm sewer and
It's
and
been
funding.
surveyed, it's been
Yep.
talked about for
Yep,
25 years.
And,
so.
well, I mean, I've only been here for,
Yeah.
I don't want to do the math, but.
The city's been
But yeah,
built for it.
yeah,
like
so
we've
it was a
talked
funding
about.
issue for many, many years. And so we'd updated the plan. And then with the Baldwin Street project, we were able to kind of combine some of those so that the Fifth and Baldwin storm sewer area.
Could they come in and
project-
do, grind it out, sub-base the rock, leave it as sub-based rock for a year? Let them re-examine how much money they have in the budget, then come back and decide if you need to pave it or go ahead and step over it. I know grading might be an issue. I don't know, you probably worked out something with the county because we have graders that come right by here. So it's just one of those things where, Tony can do it with the back truck too, with the tractor that we have. Put it in, and I know people in town are gonna freak out, but if you put it in as a gravel patch for a year to let the ground settle and accept, because if you dug up along through there, it's a sand pocket about every, probably 300 feet or less. And you got a drainage tile that's shooting out into, used to be the acre top. Hudson's lived out there in that acreage. Out in the middle of his field is a suction hole. It's coming from something from the city, a tile drain. I was gonna tell you, and I kind of forgot. But I mean, there's a lot of issues that are underneath it. That's why I said, instead of going in there and say, let's just rip it all out, and put it all new, or just pave it and then tear it up like they did everything else. Just go in there and subbate, just rip it out. You guys can put the water lines in, whatever you want to, because eventually the storm sewer is gonna have a problem. You're gonna have to add on to it. You're gonna have to get proper drainage through the whole thing. So they'll keep tearing into this thing down the road for the next 20 years. Then your sewers are crap in this town. Everybody knows the pipes are junk. So, it's just one of those things where if you go in there and tell everybody, we're gonna patch it for a year, we're gonna use it as a gravel base, we're just gonna gravel it, make it a gravel road, you can tree sap it, turns into a rock anyway. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt, but it gives you a wide open exchange down the road. Say, okay, now we need to tear into it, fix the sewer, or now we need to know we need drainage over here because it's not pulling through the sand like we think it would. And it's a lot easier to go through gravel than just rip up your whole street. It's just an option. There's a lot of cities that have done it. Cambridge lived on gravel roads for a long time when they had all their crap going wrong. So it's just an option because the sand is terrible up there. You're going to be digging down some places probably 15 feet to put a base in, 8 to 15 feet.
That's a lot of money when there's a lot of streets that need.
Yeah, fix them right. I mean, it's an
Can't
old
spend
town.
all on one.
You just got to get drainage. If you don't get drainage, your roads are crap.
One thing that one of the reasons that we're talking about this project and making it a bigger deal than some of the other streets in town is because it is a farm to market road. And so we know that there's going to be semis driving on it all the time. We know that there's going to be tractors driving on it all the time. And so we want to make sure that that road holds up for as long as possible so we get the best bang for our buck. So
Right. So that's why I say gravel it. It'll pack with the traffic that we get through this town. I mean, people avoid that road now because it sucks. Everybody knows that. But I mean, look at the truck traffic. You know, thank God his guys drive slow past my house, but my road's harder than sands of hell. It's harder than this road out front. I guarantee you that gravel in my house is a better compaction rating than this asphalt out here does. It's hard, and it accepts water and it moves. That's why I just say it's just a temporary, so you don't throw all your money into this basket and then have to dig it up. I mean, when we had to pave the shoulders in here, how long was it before we had to open the street? Was it 8 hours or was it 10? It was hours after it was finished. They had to dig up the corner up here to fix that water line. Crap's gonna happen, but I'm just saying this way ahead of time. You start bringing heavy equipment in there, start taking the sub base off, sewer line's gonna break, water line's gonna break. Crap's just gonna go wrong because you opened it up. You've seen that a million times. As soon as you stress it a little bit, that's why I said if it works, if you guys can do it, you're the city. I mean, you can. Why can't you gravel road? And it's not like people go, we don't have gravel roads in the city. Yeah, South Street, whole thing. So yeah, they could do it for a year just to see if we can get the sub base and push down. It'll pack that road, and they could come back in there and just mill off the top 6 inches and overlay over top of it. You'll have a great road. I mean, some of my gravel roads, I guarantee are better than, they're 9 inches solid.
Scott,
Did you have any more questions for Wes?
I do. Is that storm sewer gonna be sized to pick up everything east of town? Like from Baldwin east? Like, I'm not talking like in the next couple years, I'm talking like 10, 12 years. You know, if you got storm sewers coming down every east-west road, is that pipe sizing large enough to hold everything east of Baldwin?
I would have to check. I didn't do the design, but I would have to check. I would imagine so. Storm sewer is designed for the watershed that's draining to it. So if you add on another structure upstream that connects in by pipe, it's still, the storm sewer is still sized for that water that's going to it, whether it's getting in the intake or whether it's getting an intake upstream. But yeah, the outlet to the creek is like a 30-inch storm sewer that comes down through there.
The original design was to cover everything that drained to that location, not south of it, because south of it drains elsewhere. But 5th Street on north.
So we don't have water problems south of 5th Street?
Oh, absolutely, we have water problems south.
Well, then it's gonna have to be fixed anyway. So why wouldn't you end up bringing it back to
other pipes would have to handle the flow from what is south of 5th Street.
It'll go south instead of west.
Okay. It just depends on which way you'd want it to go, I guess.
About 80% of the town drains right down there to the bottom. Down by this county shed.
anything else for Wes?
Well, I could get through the rest of my stuff. Here.
We're on item 1 so far.
There's not much else there. You read it most of the time. Wastewater treatment plant improvements. Construction's all done with that, so we are wrapping up your record drawings and your operation and maintenance O&M manuals for Tony's files and for Tony's use. So that'll be coming up, but that's just some after the fact cleanup. I've not heard anything more on the Rock Creek Ridge Estates.
We're working through TIF, what is involved in TIF and what can be rebated and what can't be rebated.
Sure. So. And I'll just include on my memo is nothing on our end, but certainly if you need us, let us know on that. We're going to talk about the Woodlawn stormwater study a little bit later. Same with the Heart of Iowa Trail Arch Bridge and also the GIS asset management. So that is pretty much it. But, any other questions on any of those other things or anything else coming up you see or want us to take a look at?
We have later on the agenda the SAMs and the original proposal and like an apple and an orange.
On the SAM or the GIS, yeah, it's pretty similar. I think I don't know if Aaron with Sam was planning to call in on or not, but
somebody was earlier.
Okay, all right. I don't know if she was able to stay on.
I am here.
Oh, there she is. So we're not on that agenda item, but we can talk about that I think we have it on an agenda item, don't we?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect. Anything else for Wes? Going once, going twice, we're moving on. Item 7F, discussion action on rental of farm ground.
Yep.
So we did get bids, 2 bids, and we'll go ahead and open those up right now.
You have something to say?
No,
Oh, you're just pointing, okay.
I'm just waiting for you to tell me I can go home
Oh, me too.
to work.
First one, Steve Flickinger of 515 South Street bids $200 an acre. Is that what that is?
Yep.
On the city of Maxwell's ground for this year. So for 5 acres, you're looking at $1,000 for the total 5 acres. Next one. Trevor Birchmeyer says, I'd like to bid $205 an acre for city farmland, which would be more than, yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I can pass these around and we can take them, look at them.
There, we just see.
The notice request for bid clearly stated that anyone wanting to use the North Access Road would have to receive permission from Richard Sidwell, as the city has permission for city vehicles only. And we have 2 bids, one for 205 and the other for 200. What is the city's intent if the successful bidder cannot get access to the property? Take the money and run, or?
Trevor already farms right next to it, Steve, so it's a mute point. He's been farming it for free for what, 8 years?
So he's doing the Sidwell property?
He's been on that for since, yeah. So it's like,
It would be, he doesn't have a problem because he can get into it.
everybody can, because city rents the ground, city opens it up, and the city employee, as soon as you contract with the city, you're a contract employee of the city. Just a FYI, when you rent ground out, you become the contract labor for the city. So you are stipulated under that. I used to do a lot of city work. Yeah, but I mean, Trevor's farming it
The
for free, you know.
easement is for city vehicles only. And
You take a
so
lawnmower back there?
huh?
You take a lawnmower back there?
That's a city vehicle.
Okay. But you are a custodian for the city when you rent the ground. Trevor's getting the ground. So anybody that rents it is a custodian for the city.
Well,
it's a hand down from the
Yeah,
city.
I'm not an attorney, so
Well, they spend enough money putting that stupid road in there, I think the city tax dollars, they can drive on that little road for, what, 2 times, 3 times? But it's open every year, right?
It's what?
You're gonna open it up every year.
The
The
bid.
ground, the
The
bid.
bid around, yeah.
They get any restitution for the last couple of years for free? Just a question, just to ask.
What's your question?
You get any restitution from the ground being used for the last years without getting any payment for it?
We didn't rent it
Rezone.
out. It was just the city. Do you know of anything
It's been
different?
farmed for the last years.
I don't know.
So I'm just asking, is this something
I
that they
don't
need
think
to?
since we acquired the access to it, I don't think.
Well, in
It
the
was-
past, yeah, I have no idea.
It was just something you could look at, because you did get used for the last years with nothing. So,
All right,
at
so
least you're getting money for it for the first time. Yeah.
Move approval of the Trevor Birchmeyer bid for $205.
that's a motion made by Steve.
Second.
Second by Doug. Discussion.
Have a good night.
Hearing none, I think we're on Lauren.
Yes.
Megan.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Ken.
Yeah,
Steve.
Yes.
Steve, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
You
Nice to meet you.
All right, 6A, second reading of an ordinance amending the code of ordinances of the city of Maxwell, Iowa pertaining to the water service rates, sewer service rates, and solid waste collection fees. Again, this is the second reading of this ordinance.
Move we open the public hearing.
Moved by Steve to open public hearing.
Second.
Second by Megan. Discussion. Hearing none. Megan.
Yes.
Wait a minute. What are the new rates?
We have to open
We
the
have to open
public
it.
hearing.
To open it
first.
first,
Okay.
then we can discuss it.
Megan.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Ken.
Yeah,
Steve.
Yes.
Lauren.
Yes.
The public hearing is now open. Is there any discussion from the public?
Ask your question.
What are the rates?
Yeah, so the service charge is a fixed rate. A customer service charge of $22 per month is the minimum bill that shall be charged despite any temporary absence of customer. The usage charge, which is a variable rate of metered services.
Deb, is there a copy of this for Sue so she doesn't have to write everything down? Thank you, Ken.
I got.
Thanks, Ken.
Which is figured on each gallon used. The water usage rate is $1.75 per 1,000 gallons. Water used for outside purposes only shall be registered on extra outside meter and billed at the following rate. Annual startup fee is $10. All water used per month on outside meter is $1.75 per 1,000 gallons. And bulk sales, all bulk sales will be $1 per 100 gallons.
Like for filling pools, etc.
Yep.
Generally, it's farmers taking tanks down to next to the water plant, filling the tank. It's not filling a pool from your house, at your house. It's going down, getting the water, and hauling it yourself.
Okay, I saw a truck, this was last fall, a truck going into the water tower, filling a big tank from the back of a truck. Is that city? It wasn't a city truck. It was a pickup truck.
I bet it was when they were working on the grain bins down here. Because Tony was telling me about how they were having to haul water for that.
That would go under bulk sales.
But to answer her question, pools probably could be bulk sales also.
Yeah, because we had the discussion too that we could offer the services of utilizing a fire truck and get paid a little bit more. So, yes, Deb? No?
Not a good idea.
Not a good idea is what Deb says. So, we will not be offering that.
We may or we may not.
Yeah.
That's up to the council.
Any other public discussion under public
There's
hearings?
water rates, there's sewer rates, and there's garbage rates on this ordinance. And the water rates for the price per 1,000 is going down $1.09. The water let's see.
Does that apply to the outside services?
And let's see what else here. Oh, not the rate, the monthly charge, the base monthly charge is going down $1.09 under number one. So it used to be 23.09.
Yeah.
The rate is going down a nickel per 1,000. So it used to be $1.80, now it's $1.75. Under sewer, under number one, the service charge is going up $5 a month. the usage per thousand is going up $2.38 per thousand. And the garbage collection is going from $17 to $18 per month, and from $10 to $11 per month for the second container, so going up $1.
Yes.
Now, what does that mean for the average customer? Well, everybody uses a different amount. Last month I used 2,438 gallons. So my water bill under these new rates would have gone down 12 cents. My sewer bill would have gone up $5.80. Most of that is the going up to $5 per month. Went up 80 cents for the amount of water used. And then my garbage, I just have one container, so it would gone up $1 a month. So my monthly bill would have been about $10 more under these new rates. Does that answer your questions?
Yeah, it does.
Thank
It
you.
does. Thank you for
The
clarifying.
costs that are, I'm assuming number one, the costs are similar to Ankeny, Bondurant, Elkhart, stuff like that. We don't just
I believe
throw out our own numbers, do we?
We set these rates by looking at what it costs us to run the utility, and the costs are divided in between fixed costs and variable costs.
Okay, so
The fixed costs is everything that it takes to keep the plant open, and the variable costs are like pump charges, electricity charges, things like that. And that's why we have a fixed rate and a variable rate. We do not set our rates based upon any other community. We set our rates based upon what it costs for us to run this.
have we ever looked at other communities?
Yeah, and I think we're lower than Collins, actually.
Okay.
Part of the reason, or the reason that sewer rates went up, obviously, I think a lot of people know that we had this big sewer project that cost about, correct me if I'm wrong, was about $4 million.
Yeah.
So we have to try to recoup that cost at some point.
It was government.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because the DNR and the EPA made us do that.
I get it, but what I'm getting at is like we're dropping rates. I mean, from everything that I've heard from every old man in this town is there hasn't been any increase in like water usage, anything like that for 20 years. So I mean, for that 20 years, everybody benefited.
Yeah.
But now we have a town with, mega lug clamps every 15 feet because we don't have a solid piece of pipe in this town. So dropping rates, is that, or not comparing ourselves to other communities, is that shooting ourselves in the foot? Because I mean, we need to be updating. I'm not saying that nobody is updating infrastructure. I'm just talking like big picture.
And I think the big issue with that, and council, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is what we were trying to do is we were trying to kind of offset some, because we knew that the sewer rates were going to go up pretty substantially. And so we wanted to try to. Can you, if you are on the phone, can you please put yourself on mute?
So that we don't hear the cuss words.
I just lost my train of thought. I think, so we wanted to offset those
Lower the
fees.
water to help.
Yeah, because we knew that those were coming up.
The intent on setting the rates was not, a side benefit was offsetting some of the sewer. We did not approach it from that perspective. We approached it from the perspective of what does it cost to.
So we're not looking at the future. We're just looking at
what
day
does
to day.
it cost to operate the plant, and that includes having money in there for improvements and capital improvements. And so we set that, and there was $1 that we could do without in the water. And since we're raising the sewer by $5, we thought it would be helpful for people on fixed incomes to go ahead and not charge the dollar that we didn't need.
And that was feedback based on some citizens forum and some citizen input of folks here, was that it was very hard for them to pay that significant increase on their sewer bill. So we were trying to.
But it does include a setback or a set amount of funds for improvements done within the next year then,
And
right?
both water and sewer has capital improvement funding in it.
Okay, that's.
Any other public comment on item 6A before we close the public hearing?
Move to close the hearing.
Moved by Doug to close the hearing. Is there a second? Second by Ken. Discussion? Hearing none, I think we're on Megan.
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Lauren?
Yes.
Okay. Public hearing 6A is closed.
Now we can just approve the second reading, and then waive the third, or we can just approve the second and have a third reading next month.
I move we approve the second reading and waive the third.
Moved by Doug to accept the second reading and waive the third reading. Is there a second on that?
Yes.
Second by Ken. Discussion? Hearing none. Doug?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Lauren?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
Is
The ordinance does have an effective date as part of the ordinance, which is on the second page, and it will take effect on the 15th day of June 2022, so that the bill that is sent out in July has the rates.
7A, discussion action on GIS service for our water and sewer. In front of you, you have the two bids, one from Silversmith Data, who did a demo for us last month, and then one for Sam, who has attached their proposal as well. Wes, can you enlighten us as to differences and similarities between the two?
Sure, what I can, and I think Aaron probably can add a little bit more, but one of the things that that I think the council was interested in last month when we were talking with Silversmith was the ability to obtain your own data. Sam does, Silversmith, I think their main provision is they provide you the equipment to go collect your own data. Sam also has put a proposal together to match that, kind of apples and apples. Sam also does provide the data acquisition services too, where they'll go collect the data for you. I think one of the things we ran into in the past with that is that we don't always know where all those things are. So you can get the hydrants, those are easy, most of the valves, but then there's going to be valves that are buried, and there's going to be the curb stops that you're going to pick up over time. So to kind of give a kind of an apples and apples based on what I heard last month is to have the equipment to collect your own, to build your own. The services I think on the back end are fairly similar. I think there's some pros and cons to both, and I'll let Aaron can jump in on the difference there. But the provision on the back end is the creation of the database, and then the assistance and maintenance and management of the database, and the hosting of the web access, and the ability to maintain and update over time. So, Aaron, I don't know if you want to add anything more to kind of the benefits that Sam might offer.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for looking over the proposal that we put together for your community. I apologize. I wasn't able to be there tonight with the notice, but there's an opportunity you want further discussion, I'm happy to make sure my schedule can accommodate a future date to visit or demo and anything that you guys would like to see. Sam, we're a full service GIS and geospatial firm. We work with a lot of communities around you, including in Story County. We work with Story City, Ogden, Colfax, Bondurant, Webster City. We've probably done about 70 communities in the state of Iowa. And we do full service everything from helping set them up so that they have the ability to collect their own data and then have a system that they can edit, maintain, and access in a mobile environment, to actually going out and doing data collection and inspection on utilities. So I'd say the biggest part of our goal is to make sure that our clients understand what accuracy they want and what it takes to get there. So you'll notice in the packet that Wes will provide you, there's a quote from a different party than Sam, known as Styler Instruments. They're the Trimble GPS dealer for the state of Iowa. And we work real close with them just because we feel like they're the best. We've probably set a dozen people up just here in the last couple of years in Iowa with this system, either to map it themselves or just to maintain it after we've gone out and created the initial mapping. So that system gives you about 4 to 6 inch accuracy when you shoot or locate a hydrant or a manhole or water valve. And then there's a system, the system in place is accessible online. We would set up workflows within that system. So we bring across the data that Wes has at Snyder for your sewer. And then there's some water data I know as well, maybe not as complete as the sewer data right now, but we set up the data set so you could start to do asset management with it. So you could go in, select your manhole, record that you did a manhole inspection, record that where you had a water main break in town, that you put a clamp on it, record where you exercise valves or flush hydrants, or with some of the lead and copper rules that are coming out, where you have lead or copper in your system. All of that will be accessible online. And then the recurring costs actually don't go to us, they go to ESRI. And then we can just be available for any changes or updates or new data that you might want assistance in creating. So you don't see a recurring cost on that schedule that comes to Sam after we get everything set up and have your staff trained. It's more of just kind of an on-call. Most of our clients that we set up on this system, there's very little that they contact us for unless they're wanting new data. So we just kind of take it as a case by case. It's a technician level that they can set something up for you. It might be anywhere from $80 to $150 an hour, depending upon what you need done. But I don't see the need to say it's X amount per year because you may not use any of that. But we are available. We have full-time staff that does support for our communities full-time. So.
And Aaron, does the system that you are proposing, can it do cemetery plots as well?
Yes, and we can, so on the cost schedule you see, we would have cemetery workflows in there if you guys have cemetery GIS data. I know I touched base with Wes midday today, and he mentioned he thought that there was some cemetery GIS data. So if it's in a format that we don't have to create or produce, there wouldn't be any additional cost on the proposal. We would basically just consume what we have and get it up and running on the system.
Does any council member have any questions for Aaron?
If I'm reading your proposal correctly, page 11 lists the prices, and there's a Trimble R2, getting the ARC online set up, doing some training. All that adds up to $11,252. And then the $500 you said goes to Esri for continued licensing of their software.
I would say it is licensing, but it's kind of licensing and maintenance. They call it maintenance on the license. I guess
Okay.
is the right way to put it. So we would help the city set the organizational account, and then we would just create some workflows and put the data into it. I don't think it was mentioned, but we would also get with Story County and bring in, I know that they provide Story City with aerial photography and parcel information. So that's something that we can bring into this system as well as part of this project.
The, if we look at a 5-year ownership horizon, there would be 4 years of the $500 annual maintenance plus the $11,252 for the first year, which gives $13,253 as a round ballpark estimate of 5-year cost to the city for this.
Well, I will add one thing in there. If you notice on the cost schedule, there's an asterisk below the R2. To utilize that system, basically the R2 will Bluetooth to a mobile device, a tablet, or a mobile phone.
Right.
So none of the costs in here, and I don't include those just because everyone has a different preference. Some cities already have staff members that have a city-owned device and a cellular connection. So if you don't have that, then above and beyond that cost,
We already have that. So
Okay,
that's why I didn't include that in any of the costs.
But I think the tablet would have to be purchased in addition to that Trimble unit.
Okay, so there's
So
a
there'd be the cost of the tablet.
also.
Yes.
We don't, I thought that we just got
We
some
do have,
mobile devices for everybody.
yes, we do have Microsoft Surfaces. And I'm not, do we have mobile hotspots?
She just said Bluetooth.
Yeah, we have.
It's Bluetooth to the Trimble equipment, but then you would need a
Wireless
cellular or wireless connection for mobile data.
And
Shelby's actually checking on that for me to find out if we can, the Surface that we have in the squad, to be able to have mobile LTE. He's doing some checking on that. So it doesn't sound like it, but he's trying to figure out what we have to do.
Gotcha.
I'm pretty sure that Tony has a mobile hotspot.
Aren't there two, Deb, you said the city pays for every month?
Yeah, EMS and Tony.
So there are two already.
So we could, Aaron, does this work with a Windows-based system?
it should work with the Surface. I know that the older Windows mobile platforms, every once in a while we would see an update issue between ESRI updating their software in the Windows mobile, but I think that's been resolved with the Surface.
Okay.
I will make sure I double check with my my lead web specialist just to see if he knows of anything. But I know I've used it with a Surface when I have a Surface and I take that out and use it as part of my demo a lot and I get along fine.
Okay, perfect.
Wes, a Trimble R2, what's its lifespan?
Aaron, maybe you can answer that better. I don't get into our, we have similar equipment for our survey group. What kind of replacement lifespan, Aaron, would you say would come on a system like that, obsolescence?
Well, I know people that have had the R2 system 5 years already. The bad thing about hardware is I think it kind of goes with anything, how genteel it's being treated, factors into that. The R2 is probably, in our opinion, really changed the game in getting city staff that maybe don't have a background in surveying or GIS really into it and being able to work with it in a user-friendly manner. So that's typically why we kind of lean towards the Trimble, and because it will, we can basically automate how you take shots and it posts right to your GIS program. I can definitely reach out and get some more manufacturers' assumptions or specs from the Trimble representative. I know it comes with a warranty, but as far as how long it's supposed to last, I wouldn't be able to comment on that without digging into some more information for you.
Aaron, is there any concern with having it go obsolete, or is it going to be as long as, I don't want to say as long because you never know when, you know, they'll change something, but
Next week.
will it be supported long term as long as, you know, if we treat it with kid gloves, will it, do you expect, maybe base it on past history, has the past history of Trimble been that they support their products for long term?
I know our company is the largest consumer of Trimble products in North America. We run 300 survey crews with, you know, survey grade, mapping grade, all sorts of stuff, mobile mappers. That's one of the reasons that I know among many that we use Trimble is just you figure we're using it more than what the city of Maxwell would use. I've got guys using it Monday through Friday year round. So we really put them through their paces. We drag them all over the Midwest and some of our survey crews all over the country. So I think it's from a brand standpoint, Trimble's a really good, reliable brand. I know that they were making an R1 and an R2. The R1 is not as accurate, and just because of demand, and that's probably has something to do with chips and supply shortages. I know that they've wiped the R1 because they just sell so much more. The R2, they want to free up more manufacturing space for that. There's a newer model in the mapping grade category that is out that's subscription based that we don't think is as easy to use, so we just haven't been pushing it yet. So my understanding is not getting rid of the R2, they're just going to start offering a subscription based program as well.
And one of the differences I will note on the accuracy is different in the equipment. I think the Silversmith was my notes say 4 feet plus or minus. This is more like 4 to 6 inches plus or minus, so it's a little bit different category of equipment. But
Yeah, when you're using that type of
survey. Yeah, this one's on a post that you put right on your feature versus, sorry, so I took your seat.
That's okay. I'll move over
versus
here.
just a handheld, you know, I think that.
You pointed out that you have a lot of ArcGIS data that you've developed for the city, cemetery maps, water line maps, sewer line maps, some of them at levels of accuracy that could be imported. Others may have to be fudged if it's imported.
Or have been fudged already.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's already in the ARC family of products.
Yes, correct.
The county parcel maps that we go to at the Beacon site is also in the ARC family of products. So getting or providing information back and forth should be doable.
Certainly.
And the Silversmith is a proprietary package, if I remember correctly.
I think he said it was open source, but it's based on Google Maps, not Esri. I'm way over my skis on the technical term, but
I didn't catch that it was.
Yeah, I think he said it was Google Maps based background information. The data format itself may be proprietary. They said they can convert,
right.
But yeah, it's not Esri.
My suggestion on this one is I think there's a lot more discussion and some more information that we need to find out on SAM. And so my suggestion would be to gather that information and come back at our next meeting and talk about it.
You have specific information that you're going to gather?
Yeah.
Okay.
Question I have though is what will this do that you haven't already done for us and we paid for it once? Why would we entertain an option to do it all again?
I think and Aaron can correct me if I'm wrong, but pretty much what we have done is we've developed the sanitary sewer mapping, and that came out of the sewer rehab program and project that we did for you. It was part of what we did for that project. We collected that, so we had that from that project. So that is developed, and I don't know that there's a lot of cost and Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, and Silversmith as well, the indication was that that information is more or less just imported in and put into the similar database format, dashboard kind of thing for their system. I think the bulk of the work on this one is going to be setting up the water system mapping. The water system GIS that we have was merely graphical. It was just for the comprehensive plan mapping that we did based on the the hand-drawn maps. We think the water main's on the right side of the road, kind of. We did our best with what information we had, but none of it is surveyed. None of it's collected in the field, and there's no detailed fields or database for that water system database.
If we're gonna plug into that fire hydrant, I don't care if it says it's 6 feet over there, we can see it here.
Well, yeah. And so sometimes the accuracy maybe isn't as critical like on a hydrant. When it comes to finding curb stops, it can be a little bit more helpful for accuracy.
I think too on when you start talking about hydrants, I think as a city we got to be a little bit more cognizant of the flow rate of the hydrants that we have in town, and I would assume this would help map those out as well.
Either system will have a database behind it, and like Doug was saying, if you're accurate to within 4 feet, you're going to be able to find the hydrant.
Yeah.
The data behind it is what is important.
Yeah, correct.
Not necessarily the accuracy, but as Wes indicated, when you are looking for the shutoff that's now been covered over by dirt or something else, if you know where it is within a few inches or within a foot, then you can go out there with a probe and find where the shutoff is a lot easier with a higher accuracy survey than you can if it's plus or minus 6 feet. And I've been out there trying to find those shutoffs, and it can be a lot of fun sometimes.
I think the other thing to keep in mind too is we kind of get caught up on the mapping side of it, which is important, and that's the visual aspect of it. But there's also a lot of value to the database that goes into the field behind it. You can track history of fire hydrants, when you replaced it, when it was installed, when it was last flushed. So if you're doing a flushing program, you can flush the ones that haven't been flushed in the longest time ago. You track your water main breaks. So if you are tracking water main breaks and you realize that, we've fixed a break on this main 3 times a year for the last 15 years. There's not much of the original main left. I think it was Kyle mentioned that. This is probably a candidate to be replaced because this line has a lot of issues. That kind of data that you can track on the backside can be useful for evaluating your system and prioritizing, because funds are limited. So prioritizing any improvements or any, you can't fix everything all at once. So if you have data to kind of look at, and we did a little bit of this with the hydrant study a while back and identified some of the worst hydrants, but with the data asset, I think you guys call it the asset management software. It's managing your assets and your infrastructure to know the history of it, what you've done, what you haven't done, where there's issues, things like that you can track through the system.
So the 3 main questions I have that I am gonna ask Erin if she can help out with are the one that we already asked, how long, if she does some digging, how long these units will last. Number 2, if and it sounds like it will, but if the surface will indeed work with this software, because I think that's going to be another sticking point, because we're looking at a little over $11,000, and if we have to spend another $500,000 on another tablet, that could make it
500
to 1,000.
Yes.
I really
Not
don't,
500.
I really
Tablets you buy.
Yes.
Cheaper. Better be buying me one, Jim.
Yeah. And then the last question that I'm going to have to do some digging is, there may even be some grants out there that we can look at getting to purchase this. So.
I'm just going to add a couple of things from your discussion. You had mentioned about the cost of what Snyder's done, and in comparison to what we would be doing. So neither having your sewer data and the water data that has been completed through that hydrant study, they already have it in the right format for us to consume. So there's no cost that we had to factor in from a labor standpoint to do that. The only thing we've kind of put in there is kind of a review of the data itself to say, okay, well, we have the points and lines for the sewer system, but do we want to have something in there for the material, for the pipe size, for whether or not it's lined, for whether or not it's buried in the street, an alley, a yard, if it's got any private lines hooked up to it, if it's a drop manhole. Those are some of the common things that we, we'll go through our templates, and cities will want to have built into their sewer data set or their water data set. From there, we're just coming up and teaching you how to use that R2 system to be able to go out and collect whatever points, whether that be on water or sewer, stormwater, or any other infrastructure you might have in town. I know we have people go out and collect their, street lights and street signs, or their park benches, or park rec sprinklers. So whatever you guys decide to use it for, you'd be trained. It would just be a matter of making sure that there was a data set in the system for you to add the symbol. You add a street sign, you want it to pop up with the street sign information and the street sign symbol. So those things are pretty cheap and easy behind the desk to do. We can have those set up for you on day one. The heavy lifting is going to be on the side of the city, just from taking the shots out in the field with the unit, and then drawing the lines between there if you want to have the line work in addition to the points. But that's something we'll provide the training on, so you guys can just do it as time allows, and the million other things that stuff does. But that it's not like you have to hurry up and get it done day one.
So going out there and shooting the point, of a fire hydrant or whatever, and needing to know what type, how big, or whatever it is, or even a valve underground or whatever. So do they put that information in right there? Is there drop downs? How much more time does it take after you take that point to come back to the office and put all that information in?
For the GPS points, that you would be doing it in real time.
Right.
So if you collect it, the system is connecting to the ARC Online system and posting it. So it would just be a matter of, if you go out and collect 10 valves, then when you come back in, you probably need to sit down and draw the lines between them.
So it's going to take, you still have to write down all the information of what the valve was.
Those drop downs for all of that.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. All right. That's a little easier then. Okay. I just want to make sure. I don't know how much more time it's going to take for you guys to go out there, and then how much time they're going to, and then how much time do they want to go work on other city stuff?
Yeah, my experience on this is that you go on the field, you find whatever, you take your points, you put in a little bit of information in the field, that may be available out there, but then you've got to go back and do research and records to fill out the rest of the database. It doesn't magically appear.
Right.
And it's going to take real effort to get everything populated.
Bad input going in.
Garbage in, garbage
out.
Garbage in, garbage
out. However, right now, all that information, or much of the information, some of the information, choose one of the above, is in paper records. And paper records get lost. The paper records get destroyed. And if it is out there in the cloud, at least you have the chance of it being preserved. And you can always do reports.
Yeah.
So you can have a paper copy.
It's going to take a long time.
Yes, it will.
And then the computer goes down.
Cloud, right? Cloud-based.
I move that item 7A be deferred to the next meeting.
Moved by Steve,
Second.
second by Ken. Discussion. Aaron, did
And I
you?
can reach out to Wes and get with you guys so you can get the information. Like I said, I apologize, I could be there tonight, but you can get something on the schedule and I can get up and show you everything you'd like to see.
No worries, I appreciate it. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I think we're at Ken.
Yeah.
Steve,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Wes, discussion and action on Woodlawn storm water study presentation.
Yes. So last month, we presented kind of a draft of the Woodlawn stormwater study. Got some good feedback from the council, and went back and made some revisions to that report. The key revisions being some of the things that I caught that day of, that we're not going to go across the soccer field. We're going to go down Woodlawn, and it's still a 10,000 foot look. Right, there's still a lot of details that's not covered, but at least it's a ballpark idea of what the options are going forward. Also did some updates on some of the costs and making sure we've got the right culverts in there for getting under driveways and that sort of thing. Obviously, those kind of things are subject to where that line ultimately goes, whether it's storm sewer, whether it's an open ditch. But I think the costs do have, I think, a pretty hefty contingency in there that's intended, and we do that with our planning level costs because there's always the things that show up that you don't expect, right? So, with that being said, the cost comparison for the open drainage system is in the $100,000 to $125,000 range.
What page is that on?
That's on page 3. It's the bold numbers right at the end of that discussion of that
What happened to
alternative.
75 to 90? That's the same
Yep.
numbers updated.
Yep. So, and that reflects those additional little culverts. And page 3 of 5.
Yep.
I got
Just the bold numbers right above table 3.
Doug, would you like me to share this letter too during this time? Since
At
I
some
think
point.
that's
At some point.
There you go.
So the cost based on what we had before went up a little bit to reflect those changes. 100 to 125, 210 to 265 for the storm sewer type.
I hate when that happens.
It tends to do it, especially, and I also went through and double checked the cost based on what we're seeing price wise in general across the board, and tried to give us a little cushion on that.
Is the culvert on 3rd in Woodlawn, is that one already being fixed by the school project, or?
No,
No.
it currently is, well, it's being fixed, the smashed end.
Okay.
It was in their site plan to get that
But not
smashed
larger.
end repaired, but not increase in size, no.
Okay.
So this would upsize that from a 15 to a 24 inch.
So what I'm going to do quick, I'm going to read this letter. Everybody has it in their packet concerning the recent flooding on Woodlawn.
Does Russ have a copy?
I don't, I got an email that it didn't have the letter
There,
attached.
you can have mine because I have it.
So this is from Dr. and Mrs. Ben Larson on 305 Woodlawn. And it is concerning the recent flooding on Woodlawn Street. They want it to be known that this letter is not a complaint about the recent flooding of Woodlawn Street, but to officially inform us that the construction site at the football field is affecting the flooding situation in their area. Last fall, they were sent a notice of construction and asked to voice any concerns they had. It says, my husband and I replied that we had concerns about drainage and flooding. They were told that they had to wait until there was evidence that drainage and flooding had adverse effects due to construction, and then action will be taken to have it corrected. This notice of adverse effects and timestamp pictures and videos have been given to Doug Miller to support our claim. This is also to ask what measures, both short-term and long-term, will be taken by both construction company and by the school to address the problem of the standing water in the recovery pool. There's almost constant standing water and stagnant water there. As the weather gets warmer, it will become health hazard as well as mosquito breeding ground. This is a situation that did not previously exist and will be directly due to the construction and design. The following is an account of the events of Friday, April 22nd, 2022, and why we think this is an issue for those connected with the construction site and designed to remedy and not the city. First of all, let me briefly introduce myself. Ben and I moved to Maxwell almost 6 years ago and have truly enjoyed living here. We have seen several flooding events on and around Woodlawn Street area, so we are familiar with how the drainage runs and progression of the floodwaters. This semester, my husband has been working from home as a teacher at ISU, and I'm a housewife. So both of us were at home on Friday and were able to witness the progression of this particular event, especially since our house sits directly across the road from the recovery pool. The main issue began just before 9 a.m. when we noticed the intersection of 3rd and Woodlawn was already flooded, even though at the time there had only been around 2 inches of rain. The field itself was entirely covered with water that had begun to drain to the west side of the retaining wall of the recovery pool. Water was flowing onto 3rd Street since most of the ditches have been filled with dirt, debris, and construction materials. The field water was not going through the drainage system and had been installed as the level of water in the pool was not rising. As the flooding rose at the intersection, the ditches on the Woodlawn side of the field started to fill, starting at the recovery pool area and flowing south to north. These ditches also quickly filled as they too were filled with dirt, debris, and construction materials. The water started to cover the road in the front of our house, which had not happened during other flooding events, and backed up into our yard. As this was happening, the water started to rise in the pool. When it reached to the level at the top of the access stairs, it spilled onto 3rd Street and continued to rise. Finally, it eroded the dirt surrounding the drainage outflow system enough to spill over directly into the culvert area, but was diverted by all the system debris that it was now clogging the fence. So it went to the roads on both sides. Only when the drainage from Rock Creek area came in did the water start flowing from north to south. The flooded areas were not the same as those from the creek and soccer fields or from the drainage from Rock Creek. It was from the construction area. The pool continued to overflow for 15 to 30 minutes after the rain stopped, and although most of the road in front of our house cleared quickly, the intersection remained flooded for 1 to 2 hours later. I won't bother to describe all of the flooding from 2nd to 3rd Street, as I'm sure you had several other witnesses to that. It is very concerning to me that this was the result of a rain of around 4 inches. This was not a 10-year or 100-year storm, and it caused worse flooding to our property and the road in front of it than the previous rain had brought 8 to 10 inches of rain. It is also very concerning that no one from construction company has been to the site to try to even check if the drainage was working, much less clear up the debris that is now blocking the fence and further negatively affecting the drainage. Also, as the date of writing this letter, the level of the water in the pool still remains the same level as it was a week ago. Again, this is not a complaint against the city of Maxwell, but more information that could be shared with a construction company. Sincerely, Ben and Jan Larson.
Thoughts?
I guess the first thought that from a hydrology perspective on the engineering side is the level of rainfall that you indicated here, 4 inches or 8 to 10 inches of rain. Those are actually very large rainstorm events, but one thing that in hydrology that you're looking at is not necessarily the total amount of rainfall, but how fast it falls. What we call a 100-year storm, which is quite misleading, changes if it's a 6-hour, 1-hour storm versus a 24-hour storm. The rainfall
Would you take one of them past the rest of
So I wasn't aware of which event she was referring to here. Yeah. Yep.
Last weekend.
Was it last weekend?
Yeah, we
So
had.
what was that? April.
Last Friday.
22nd, I think.
Oh, there you go. She said it right there, Friday, April 22nd.
And I think the sewer lagoons measured 4 inches in 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay, that's a very fast rainfall. 4 inches in an hour is and Steve's, the standard design criteria here for a 1 hour storm, a 30-minute storm, the 100-year storm is just under 5 inches in an hour. So 4 inches an hour is about, and 4 inches in a half hour is about a 25-year storm event. So that's a very significant rainfall event. One of the things that our stormwater study noted, and I believe it's in the report there, is that even the system that we're looking at putting in there isn't going to be a 100-year storm event type system. To design a conveyance system for a 100-year storm event gets really big because those types of rainfalls where you get 5 inches in a half hour, right? So I believe the rainfall, the design criteria that we looked at for this was more along the lines of a 25-year storm. So what the design plan for the Woodlawn stormwater study looks like it would be about what it would take for
It would be
the storm that we
at
had.
capacity, not
Yep.
slightly over.
Yep. And the reason you do that is there is still some conveyance in the roadway. It's not ideal. It is flooding, but as long as it's keeping out of damage to homes or things like that, you can still get the water still conveys downstream versus putting in a much bigger, much more costly storm system that then never gets used or rarely gets used for that increase in cost.
And I would say I would agree with them in the sense that obviously there hasn't been construction on the football field all winter long.
Yeah.
And when you have a rainstorm like this, without there being grass or anything else attached to that, there's going to be some erosion. And in this particular case, all of that mud and soot gets thrown out.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the other thought I had. I'm glad you brought that up. Was I'm not having been there for a while. I don't know the state of the construction site. Obviously, it sounds like there's some debris issues, which that's really going to change things. If there's lots of debris and it's only a 15-inch pipe now. Our design and our analysis looks at it that it's open, right? It doesn't take too many Walmart sacks before that's clogged up, and that changes things. So if there's construction debris that's coming off a construction site, which is likely, sounds like from this, that could be part of the issue, and it's not necessarily the capacity of the storm system. It could be just the construction debris is
And that's
causing some of the
the
issues. And yes,
system around there.
so they've got wattles. That's the erosion control thing that's supposed to keep dirt from going downstream.
In effect, it blocks the tube.
Yeah, it's kind of a
Is it sediment load?
yeah, it's a wattle or a filter sock. Yeah.
So my assumption on once the stadium's complete, grass has germinated. It's been out there. Once everything gets cleaned up, if we were to go this route, we would probably still have the flooding that we would have, but maybe there'd be less of an impact because there's less crud.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit unfair to the evaluation of the site, possibly to look at it during construction. Like you're saying, where it's not, you don't have the grass that helps absorb that water. You don't have the construction debris. There's construction sites are messy, and if it's not been kept up, that can cause a lot of the issues. Once it's finished, tidied up, grass is growing, it's going to operate a lot differently than what it appears to have operated.
One of their concerns
day,
was the
unfortunately.
water was running north uphill because it
Yeah.
couldn't get through the tube.
It sounds like
brand new.
It sounds like it was
problem.
backing up in the ditches because it
Yes.
it couldn't get through that tube.
Flowing north.
Yep. And so and from the
Uphill.
picture of the waterholes, it looks like that's probably a lot of it kept the dirt from going down, but it also kept the water from going through.
The tubes are about half full now.
Yeah.
With silt.
With silt, okay, yeah.
So the construction company should have kept the ditches and everything cleared.
Now,
so
they need to
we
get
could-
in there soon, I hope.
It
Can
would
we
be
demand that they do that?
Yes. So the construction project should have an NPDS stormwater discharge permit through the DNR that they have to put together, stormwater pollution prevention plan. That's why they have those walls there. That's why they have silt fence and all that. That plan requires them to monitor, inspect, and maintain those systems. with the idea to keep pollutants, silt, debris from going downstream. So if silt and debris has left the site, it's perfectly within your prerogative, especially as a city, to say, hey, your construction, silt from your construction site has now clogged our pipe, you need to come clean it up. Or you need to clean up your debris, or you need to maintain and redo your erosion control systems.
So what's the system to make that happen? Process.
It would, I think the good neighbor way is to just approach the construction company or the school and say, hey, this needs to be addressed. The DNR, if you want to be this.
Yeah, we don't need to. I just.
Yeah. Their permit is authorized through the DNR, and so complaints to the DNR are taken seriously by the DNR. Yeah, I think that's the good neighbor way to do it, is go talk to them. If they're resistant or not hesitant, but if they're resistant and say, yeah, we're not doing that, then you might have to escalate it to a DNR complaint, and they would take care of it, and they can fine them. The DNR can for not complying. So
we don't want that.
We have,
yeah, I don't think you do, but yeah.
we have building codes and ordinances that require erosion control, and the engineering firm reviews the plans, and in my opinion, we should have you or Snyder go out and take a look.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just an issue of whether there's silt that has been carried off site. It's also an issue of whether or not the wattles are even in place anymore, because
Sure.
they aren't. They haven't done anything. I don't know when the permit was taken out. I don't know how long the permit is still valid. They have not been on site in any kind of a productive way for months. And now that we're getting into the spring rains, they need to be out there monitoring the site more effectively. And in my opinion, a correspondence from the city engineer to the contractor is what is needed.
And I think too, I would agree with the fact that we need to get a short-term plan and a long-term plan. We're working on a long-term plan.
Right.
So the short-term plan would be that
enforce the ordinances we have.
Yeah. And if we go back to the drainage map that you sent us here.
Yeah.
I think the citizens need to know this isn't going to stop the flooding.
No.
But it, under my impression, it should help the water recede a little bit quicker than what it's doing now.
Yeah. It essentially is going to provide the conveyance, and I think we're up to like the 10 or the 25-year storm.
Okay.
Most conveyance stormwater systems that we design for communities, the pipes actually are designed to carry the 5 to 10-year storm. Storms bigger than that go down the streets, right? So this one here, we're looking to get as best we can because we know it's a problem area, and so when it comes down to final design, that can be tweaked a little bit. If we want to save some costs, we can neck it down. But anyway, what was proposed here is kind of a 10 to 25-year design.
I think you almost need to have that too, because we know, like you said, we know this is a trouble area.
Yeah.
And
so it provides that conveyance to get it out of there. And if the conveyance is there, it keeps it flowing rather than build up a pool, soak in, puddle here, puddle there, which is kind of what it does today.
If the railroad didn't come in and take out all that land, we may be in a lot better shape.
So if Snyder's going to do something, do we also ask, and this is a question for me before we ask Snyder to do anything, the fence that they put up around the barrier is right on the edge of the road. Should it be out that far?
I think you should be taking a look at whether or not they're encroaching in the right of way.
Which I'm sure they are.
I drove by that a couple months ago, and the fence was certainly outside of it.
Don't they own the right of way now, though?
No, they took a piece of it. What they did is they put up a temporary construction fence. It's a security fence for their construction site. So what they did is they maximized it out so that they can build their real fence inside of that. The problem is they maximize it out into the city right away. So if it's causing issues with access.
Which I can live with, maybe Doug can't, but
I
I can
can't,
live
I'd rather
with.
bus.
However, the fence is down in a number of places, so
It's not even finished
no
on the west
longer
side
a
of the
security fence, it's a hazard.
And it
So
tails out into the road.
Sounds like what we can maybe provide for you is, I mean, we reviewed the design plans. And so it's kind of an interim checkup on the design and construction, not inspection but more of an observation. Hey, is it being done? Is it being constructed the way you had intended to be constructed?
Are they living up to the ordinances?
Yeah. And with that issue, hey, this fence wasn't on the plan. What's this doing here? Is this an issue? Can it be moved? It needs to be maintained, at least repaired, at least kept in good working order. Erosion control would be a big one, because that is part of their requirements through the NTS permit. Larger cities, I don't believe you guys are an MS4 city. Do you recognize that term? Okay, there you go. So larger cities actually have obligations under the NPDS stormwater discharge elimination system, NPS system. They're classified as MS4, municipal sewers. I don't know, it's something. But they actually have obligations that they have to inspect construction sites in their town. They have to require certain things. They have to do education. There's a whole lot of things they have to do. We are not covered under that because it's only for larger cities above a certain population. But what you're talking about doing is more or less doing some of that same stuff, because it's making sure they're doing it how they're supposed to be doing it. Larger cities have an obligation to do it. You guys are doing it because, well, it makes sense and because it's causing some issues downstream. So
we have complaints we need to.
So it'd be similar to an MS4 inspection on the city side to ensure compliance. And we can certainly do that.
I know Jake Thompson had water up in his garage.
Mhm. Yeah.
So that's, I mean, property destruction because of that.
No, it's property destruction because he had water in his garage, not because of the construction. We had water in his garage because we had a 4-inch rain in a half an hour. That's 25 to 50-year storm, and it's going to flood.
It's not the first time it's happened, though.
Right. Yeah. So back to the long-range plan.
Yes.
That you've provided 2 alternatives. One of them is an open ditch alternative, and the other is a combination of pipes that would go with stormwater pipes underground between between third and first, and then an open ditch from Woodlawn to the creek.
Yeah, we left on that option. We left that an open ditch because it kind of is a ditch there today, and it didn't seem to be the advantage that a storm sewer has down through the properties there is you're not creating a large ditch that gets into people's yards right along the streets. So the pipe is advantageous there. Along the soccer field down through there, maybe it's not as big a deal to have an open ditch down through there. And it saves cost.
The pipe along Woodlawn would have inlets. And so the west side of Woodlawn would be adequately drained, but we would still need to get the water from the east side to the west side into the pipe. And so we would do small beehives like we did at Milligan's in order to get it across.
Yeah,
or
there's a couple different options there. One is you're
not part of this plan.
No.
That would be
and that's kind of what I was talking about. That's some of the details as you get into what a real project would be in the final design. What are we extending out? That contingency would cover that. Are we going to go across the road and put an intake on the other side to help collect some of that? We didn't do a full survey on the road to know where those low spots are. More than likely there would be some that, at least if not done with this project, might be done down the road.
I also noted on your when you're laying out all your calculations for option 2 that the slope of the pipe between second and first is 0.38%, which is
Pretty flat.
darn flat.
Yep.
Next best thing to being flat. And so it's partially why you had to go up to 30 inches in
Yes.
order to handle the volume.
Yep.
It appears as though it's going to be 2 foot to 2.5 foot underground.
Yeah, so it was designed to be as shallow as possible. It's not got a lot of cover on it. So that's not preferred, but where we have to come out in the creek, I mean, we know that Woodlawn just doesn't have a lot of fall to it. So
Yeah, you only have 6 foot of fall between the creek and Woodlawn.
Yep.
And so that ditch is also going to be pretty flat.
Yep.
Is there gonna be an issue with that being only 2 feet under the ground? If there happens to be like an ice jam in there, it's gonna back up?
Not typically.
Most storm sewers are only about 2.5.
Yeah, we really don't have freezing issues with storm sewers. If you think about it, if it's warm enough for water to be running into the storm sewer, it's warm enough to be running through the storm sewer. So you might get ice jammings at an intake where it's just at the surface and an overnight freeze and whatever, but in the pipe, it's not like a water main where you have to worry about the pipe freezing. Storm sewers.
No such thing as stupid questions.
No, it's a fine question. I've had engineers ask it.
With the open possibility, we're looking at about, you've got an angle on each side of 3 feet, and a flat 3 feet. So you're gonna be looking 7 or 8 feet from edge to edge of that.
That's actually gonna be closer to like 20 feet from edge to edge. And what drives that is the ability to get the culverts underneath the driveways. So especially down towards First Avenue, the culvert still has to be a 36-inch pipe because it's flat. That's what it takes to get the water through there. So if you got a 36-inch pipe, then, or it's not 36, 30-inch pipe, to get under the driveway, your ditch grade has to be, can't be any higher than 3 feet deep. So that means your ditch is about 3 feet deep. So that's kind of what drives it. I think the engineer, gal that helped me with this, she said we could probably make a shower, but those culverts drive the elevation to get underneath the driveways.
And then the other problem on that is getting the water from the east side of the street to the west side of the street.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have inlets and pipes under the road, and then they're going to come out above the bottom of the ditch.
But that's gonna be a problem with both systems, right?
Not as much of a problem with the pipe under the ground because it's the same problem. You have to have the inlet and the pipe. It's not going to be the same where the pipe empties, where the pipe under the road empties into either the open ditch or the pipe to the tube in the ground. And an example of that would be up on Main Street, right north of 5th. There is a pipe that runs from Cindy James's lot over to Main Street and dumps out in the right of way. And we have to go out there every year and dig grass away from it so that it continues to flow. And you'd have that kind of a maintenance issue on an open ditch.
And you'll have similar maintenance issues on a storm sewer. If you have a beehive intake, it'll collect the Walmart sacks and the grass clippings. And
just that you don't have it on one side. With an open ditch, you have it on both sides.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on that point?
I know the pipe is a lot more expensive. But by the time you do an open ditch on one side of the road, you may end up having to do an open ditch on both sides of the road. And so you may end up spending almost the same amount of money.
Sure. And that's gonna be a little bit, relative to both of them, depending on what you do on one side, pipe, storm sewer. And then that's not to say you can't do a combination too. You know, if we wanted to do storm sewer from third to second and open from second to first, you know, you can mix and match, daylight channel versus, you know, underground conduit. But another thing I will mention, that would have to be addressed with the final design. We've shown both options running down kind of the west side of Woodlawn. That has the least impact to properties and driveways and things like that. That is also where the water main runs. So whatever is done there, that water main would have to be considered where it's at in relation to any kind of storm sewer. There's separation requirements between storm sewer and water main that have to be kept, as well as an open ditch. If the bottom of the ditch happens to be right where the water main is,
Then you get freezing of the water.
then that's not going to work right. I did look at our comprehensive planning for the water system. The water main up Woodlawn is listed in there as a future upgrade. So again, everything seems to grow, but if the conflict with the water main was such that replacing the water main at that time was conducive, unfortunately, we all know what that means cost-wise, but just a thought, just something to think about. But that doesn't mean the design couldn't go to the east side of the road. But yeah. There's lots of nuance to think about on the final design.
Do you want to have more discussion on that at our next meeting?
Are we gonna invite the people that live along Woodlawn
I would,
to some kind of meeting?
I would say that would probably be a good opportunity to bring those folks in. I think that was a motion.
I'll say so, yes.
So motion by Doug to discuss more about the Woodlawn Storm Study project and to bring or invite those that would be adversely affected to come to that meeting as well. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Lauren, discussion. Hearing none, Steve?
Yes.
Lauren?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Discussion action on Heart of Iowa Arch Bridge erosion repair.
Sorry, I might get caught in my notes someday. So last month, okay, I was meeting with, looking at an alternative option for the repair of that erosion that was next to the, I missed the wrong one. Next to the Heart of Iowa Bridge. So I've got some, in fact, I'll just hand it to you, take the one, pass it around. Preliminary plan here, we've got two options on this one to kind of look at filling in that hole that's cut and eroded below the fence. One option is a gabion basket. Essentially, it needs to be a wall of some sort because there's not slope and there's no toe to support any kind of just grading solution. So short of looking at a retaining wall block system or concrete wall, which is just excessive in cost, in my opinion, we looked at some less expensive wall type options, especially considering the placement of it. You're probably not going to see it. A gabion wall system is that detail 3 up there. It'd be a stack of 9 to 12 3x3 gabion baskets filled with rock that would provide that vertical relief to connect to the bridge abutment and tie that back into the slope to the southwest. I think I mentioned before, one of the other things that we looked at doing with this project is not only just to repair that, but also to adjust some of the grading that's along that trail, so that we direct the stormwater away from cutting around that bridge abutment. It directs it more to the trail, further on down the trail, then lets it flow out from there to eliminate that concentrated flow from going over that wall. So that's kind of a hard armor type solution, is a gabion basket wall. Another option that I looked at is it's one I have not used. I've seen it around, promoted and whatnot. I do like it for this application. It's a Flex MSE gravity wall. Essentially, what it is it's bags of dirt that grass grow on, to put it in a crass way. It's a special type of fabric bag. You fill it with a certain material and it stacks kind of like a sandbag wall, but it's a soil-filled wall. So the bag acts as a geofabric to help retain the soil, so it's not going to erode out of there. And then you seed over the top of it with a hydro seeding, which you've probably seen along the DOT, the sprayed green. Yep, paint seed. And you seed over top of that, and the grass grows into the bag, so the roots are into that bag. So essentially, it combines a erosion control mat with a bag wall, so that's a vegetated type solution. If combine that with getting the drainage away from it, talking with the rep on the represents the company that provides this. To me, it seems like a good solution. It would be vegetated, simple. It's not going to be a big area. Looking at quick costs for the two options here, they're both probably going to be about the same. Depending, it's a pretty small project, so depending on the contractor, you may see some spikes in prices just because it's a hassle or they're not familiar with it or whatever. My rough costs, and again, it's very rough because this is kind of unique construction on the scale of it. It's hard to scale things down to what we see on prices for larger projects, but probably around $6,000, give or take.
Is the bridge on the National Historic or State Historic?
I don't know.
I sent Warren something that had some history on it, and it made it sound like it could be. But
I think it could be, but I don't think it is. I know. I was talking with that with Rich that stopped in here one time, tall guy with a beard, and then Spencer, who's helping us with the roadway project. I think because there were some ideas, is there any funding for just the bridge in general, right? Because it's disrepair. And I think the response I got back was that it's not,
okay,
but it could be.
And it sounds like I have the article put right here, but just in case anybody wants some useless party information, it looks like it was built around 1913. So
nice. Yeah, and so either of these solutions wouldn't affect the bridge. They wouldn't tie into the bridge. Ideally, if the bridge is in good condition, it'd be nice just to extend that bridge abutment, nice little concrete wall, extend it out. But I don't think we're going to tie anything into that bridge, and we don't necessarily want to do that with a historical bridge. So this is not it's a reversible solution if you wanted to, or whatever. So you shouldn't have any issues with historical, but
the museum has information on whether it's historical significance.
I know we can certainly look that up.
Yeah, I would think they would have it.
It would have to be on
Not
the
on
state
any
historical
register.
It's
So the question would be whether or not it could be added and whether or not we would want it added.
Right, because that would increase there'd be significant cost for us to upkeep that if it was on, historic registry.
You've provided two reasonable alternatives.
Yep.
The MSE gravity wall, Flex MSE gravity wall.
Yeah, they're name brand. Yeah.
You have the bags filled with dirt and stair stepped back up. Does this become a attractive nuisance?
No, and actually I brought some, I just printed off from their website, kind of what it is. Now, of course, they put their fanciest picture on the front, but this is some information on what it is.
You're not supposed to say that, you're supposed to say, yeah, that's what our.
Oh yeah, sure. Actually, the guy that I've met with that represents this company, he said this is a private guy who's a landscape architect that did it himself, this front cover.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Now, we're off over the edge, so ours would be seated with just a normal seat. I mean, you could do it fancy if you wanted to, but it kind of gives you the basics of what it is.
I was just thinking about, there are a lot of kids down in that area.
Yeah.
And so you have this stepped wall, and you're going to have kids climbing it.
Yeah, and I think you look at some of the pictures, it's stepped, it's not stair stepped. So, I mean, kids are gonna climb anything. I was a kid and I climbed everything. So, there is a risk of that. I think unless they're climbing with cleats to actually rip into the bags should be able to withstand, some abrasion. I can double check on that.
Lines of broken legs.
Well, I mean, if they're climbing down around the fence there, you don't have to go very far. And I was trying to get good pictures, and I was a little hesitant. So
It goes from the top of the trail all the way down to the creek.
no. This is just addressing the top where it's cutting out.
Oh.
So all the way down to the creek, it's more or less stable as it is. I mean, stable. Down at the bottom of the creek, you're getting some cutting, which anytime you cut the toe of the slope, you run the risk of moving some slope. Now, this could certainly be done all the way down to the toe of the slope, but that's a different scale of project. That's going to be this runs about, depending on how, if you worst case scenario, like $35 a square foot wall face. So if you were to do all the way down to the creek, that increases your cost significantly. So what we're looking at doing here, and I apologize if I misunderstood, but we're looking at, there's a cut bank erosion that's encroaching on the trail. So this would repair that cut erosion onto the trail, stabilize what's eroding there, and tie that into the slope that isn't eroding.
So it's about a third of it, the top third?
Probably more like about 6 foot height down from the trail, where it ties back into the super steep slope that it is, down to the creek.
And you said that erosion at the bottom then just makes everything slide down. So what keeps this from sliding down?
Well, from my observation out there, it doesn't look like the creek at the bottom is affecting what we're seeing up here.
Okay.
It looks like what's causing this cut out of the trail is water that's running against that wall and is kind of cutting around.
That's from the top, not from the bottom.
I think it's more from the top, from the bottom. Because if it was from the bottom, you would see that all the way down. And what I observed, and I can go back out and check it again, but from what I observed, that there was a little bit of snow on the ground when I was there. But for the most part, that hill is, I mean, you're going to slide down it if you step on it. But I did not see any evidence of soil movement clear to the bottom.
So the contractor would go in, excavate a shelf, and then put these on it to backfill with loose dirt behind it, and then build it up to the top. And then we would redirect the runoff so that it doesn't run down that way. It runs someplace else.
Yeah.
And what's to keep a person from on the trail go over there? Will we have a fence?
Well, there's a fence there now.
So have to improve the fencing.
Yeah, so even to build this, you're gonna, and my costs include a remove and reinstall fencing, because you're gonna have to take the fence out of there, because right now the cut has come encroached into the fence or under the fence, so that you could slide under the fence now. Just step off the trail and whoop, down you go. So we would take the fence out, build this, and then put the fence back. And we could certainly, I think the way the fence is, it more or less probably will cover whatever we do. But if we wanted to extend it a little bit, I'm sure that could be worked out with whoever contractor is doing it. So again, to the point of kid safety, I mean, it's we could isolate it.
Did I miss it? How long do these last?
So once it's vegetated, it's UV inhibited fabric bag. So once it's vegetated, especially there where we're at in the shade, it's going to be a long-term. It's not going to biodegrade. It's designed to be a long-term. It's a plastic product, but I don't know, in 100 years whether it'll. Hopefully by then it's the grass is. Once the grass gets established, those root zones will keep it. If you can go on, if you keep the grass from getting washed out or undermined, then the roots hold that soil in pretty good.
Any other discussion?
So is it appropriate to put this out for bid at this time?
I think I want to add a couple little things to it. What I would recommend, or I guess the question for you is, if you want specifically just the MSE wall, we can adjust. Right now, this is set up to be either or for pricing purposes, right? If you're okay with the gabing wall or the flex MSE, give it to a contractor, price me and or both, and then make the selection from there. If you didn't want one or the other, we could pull that off and have a contractor just give you a price for just the one. But there's a couple little details I need to add on the notes on the seating and the backfill mixture that has to go in the bags. But other than that, yeah, we could have it ready to go out to contractors.
Well,
so
I think putting them both out for bid and letting the contractors tell us what they're most comfortable doing based upon their prices
Cost will tell us.
would be the way to proceed.
That's the motion made by Steve.
And that Wes, once he finishes up his notes, is authorized to put it out for proposal.
And this will be we're not up to the threshold of a public bid, so we'll put it out as a competitive quotation requested.
Mm-hmm.
If there's any particular contractors you want us to send to, local contractors, let me know. We can certainly do that. Otherwise, we have a list of usual suspects that we can send it out to.
Perfect. Motion made by Steve, second by Doug. Discussion. Hearing none. Steve.
Yes.
Lauren.
Yes.
Megan.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Ken.
Yeah.
What's your up again? Discussion and action on
You
final
gotta
pay
give me some space in
application
between these.
of the wastewater treatment
I'll
plant
remember that
improvement
next
project.
Oh, that's an easy one. This is basically just, we had approved it subject to satisfactorily completing all the paperwork. They've done that. So now we just need to authorize Deb to release the, I'm not sure if we had to or not, but we will.
Was that a motion, Lauren?
Motion.
Authorize to pay the retainage.
I'll second it, and I have questions, and since we're in discussion.
Perfect. Discussion.
Did you get, Deb, you get Lauren's motion and my second?
Yes.
Okay.
I can go?
This, yeah,
I'll holler really loud.
I'm not gonna say anything important, so don't worry.
Second that.
This all has to be done by May the something or other was in this board, May 4th.
Yeah. 30-day period ends on May 4th.
30-day period ends on May 4th. And you indicated in here if there's anything, any claims that are on file as of May 4th, we double the amount of the claim and withhold that amount.
Yeah.
If there is nothing on file, then we write the check for the full amount.
Correct.
Do we do the check for the full amount dated before close of business on the 4th, or do we wait until the 5th?
I'll have to ask on that one, and I can let Deb know.
Okay, you understand today's the 2nd.
Right.
And so you'll have to let Deb know
Tomorrow, yes, yeah.
And she's gonna have to have all her ducks in a row so that
Yep.
either before close of business on Wednesday or Thursday, she can cut the check. And are they gonna come in and get it? Do we mail it to them? Deb's gonna have to know that also.
Yeah. I will ask, might depend on them and how anxious they are to get the final release. So if they're good with
They
this,
want
get the check.
their $177,856.67 on the 4th, then we will need to know that.
Yep.
Any other discussion?
Do you have any concerns, Deb?
No. I do billing on the 4th anyway, so.
What?
I do billing on the 4th anyway.
Okay. So if somebody brings in a claim sometime on the 4th, then you double the amount of that claim, and that's what you withhold.
Mhm.
So just keep a file and
Any other discussion? Hearing none.
I move, we already have the
Already
motion
did.
and a second,
Yep.
okay.
Hearing none, we'll go to roll call. Lauren,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Ken,
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah.
Item 70, discussion and action on sewer maintenance contract. In front of you, you do have two different sewer maintenance contracts. I think these were originally given to us last year, if I remember correctly. And we held off, but as you can see, there's one from CIT and another one from AccuJet. One of them at 47,770.80, the other one at 46,971.60.
Have we worked with both of these?
Yeah, did we work with CIT before?
CIT is who we usually give. Did you want to see the bids, Wes?
And,
I'm curious, yeah.
and we are doing this as a 5-year plan to get a rotation done where we PV and jet as necessary every sewer line as part of the maintenance of the sewer system.
Correct. And I think in the end, it's probably gonna be cost savings, because right now we wait until crap hits the fan and then we go out and have to do an emergency call and they
And more
charge us
repairs.
more and go from there. Cause I think that actually happened last week, so.
It's happened several times lately.
CIT modified their, sorry, I didn't interrupt. They had a minimum of 15,000 on the last one that I saw. Did they revise that?
They might have.
They did.
Okay, because that was the big, I asked around our municipal group and that was the big red flag that a lot of people said, ooh, that's quite a bit of minimum. So, okay.
And as you can see, it's roughly $9,000 to $10,000 a year for
There's a
CIT.
little clause, additional work will be done at an hourly rate and required permission from the city. We'll still have the extra stuff, so this won't solve the whole world.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
When we have emergencies, we will have emergencies.
Yeah, right.
I move approval of the CIT contract to be paid from ground maintenance line item 610, 815, 6320.
That is a motion made by Steve.
Second.
Second by Ken. Discussion. Hearing none. Megan,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Ken,
Yeah.
Steve,
Yes.
Lauren.
Yes.
Did I already get you, Megan?
Yeah, I was first.
We go twice.
The next thing, discussion action on a resolution establishing the ineligibility for tax exemption when the property is not consistent within the Maxwell comprehensive plan. In front of you, you do have that resolution. And what it's doing is allowing us to decline tax abatements.
It states that it is our policy that we will decline a tax abatement if it is on unplatted land lying north and west of Rock Creek Estates Plat 1.
And we have to do that because that will end up being a TIF district. I think we've had that conversation before, that you can't have both, so.
Well, and also if we get somebody that buys the whole thing and wants to build one house back there, that's wonderful, but it would completely gut what we're trying to do.
Right.
Yes.
So there would be no reason for the city to give 100% tax abatement to somebody. Right?
Oh, boy.
For 5 years.
Yeah. We must make it worthwhile to do that.
So this is a discussion action item.
Move the resolution.
Moved by Steve, there a second?
Second.
Second by Ken. Discussion? Hearing none. We'll go with Doug.
Yes.
Ken.
Yeah.
Steve.
Yes.
Lauren.
Yes.
Megan.
Yes.
Item 7, I. Discussion action on park rental / reservation zones. In front of you, you should have a map of that. You should see all of the reservation zones in front of you. There also is a key to the left-hand side there, so you have a little bit more accurate.
No, this is a whole subject. Complete permit.
Permit, we moved to consent agenda because it's just a permit that we can.
Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
These are the areas that we used in previous agreement with the marketing department. If you look at the rental reservation agreement form, number 8, stage and bin area, has been treated as one area. Here it's listed as 3 areas as possibility, because in the past we have rented them individually.
Yes.
I think it's difficult to rent the big grain bin and somebody else rent the stage or the bar grain bin and keep it separate. So that's why when this map was drawn, they were all drawn as one area. And I understand that in the past we've rented them separately. I just don't think that would be necessary in the future. Somebody wants to reserve the big grain bin area, then they get the stage and the bar grain bin at the same time.
Thoughts, discussion.
I'm fine with the stage and the bins being together, but then should we only charge $10 rental for that? I mean, now you're getting 3 things for the price of one.
They're so close together that.
And then what about the shelter? I thought the shelter, is that
The shelter,
considered the church stand?
yeah, the shelter, which is area 9, has a $35 requirement. So they can use the same form to reserve the shelter, and we would post it. But by ordinance, it's $35, and by resolution, every other area is $10.
So to me, if I came into town and wanted to rent that, that would sound confusing to me because according to this thing, I can rent that shelter for $10.
That's what I'm thinking too. That's exactly what I was
Does
thinking.
it say on there that
Yeah.
it's?
Well, up at the
Up
top,
at
it
the
says
top.
$10 rental
Top.
fee per park area.
Shows nothing
Oh.
about rental.
That's why I was asking about the stage and the bins too, together.
This is a rough draft.
Oh, okay.
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 Well,
It's not final, it's
I'm
not.
not.
and I am good for that. Thank
Yeah.
you for saying
So
that.
let's cross off shelter number 9 and not include it in the list.
Correct.
Okay.
And I personally wouldn't do the big grain bin, the bar and the bandstand separately. I'd just say area 8 is the stage and the bins.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna do that, I think you have to charge more than $10.
And it needs to be the 30 or
Yeah.
35 also.
Yeah.
But then what happens if they only want the big bin?
Kids can play in the other area. They're gonna be all over the place anyway. They'll use both, even if they only pay for one.
So instead of having number 8 stage and bin, have them listed separately as Deb has done on the bottom?
I would say 8 and 9, those two areas need to be listed separately.
Well, we just eliminate 8 completely because we're listing the big grain bin, the bar grain bin,
Yeah.
and the bandstand slash, where does the basketball court go? Is that part of the bandstand or is that part of the big grain bin?
Bandstand, because if they have a band where you can dance, you gotta have a place to dance.
But if you're having a big reception under the big grain bin, it may need to spill out onto the.
But maybe you have the stage area for gifts and cake and all of that.
Better rent both, you got that big a group.
Yeah, I would almost add another line that says basketball court. And because that particular area doesn't necessarily have power, you could probably charge $5. Then you get up to the 35.
Well, the basketball court does have
The power.
240 volt plug.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so then you could charge another
So it needs to be at
$10.
10, like everything
Yeah.
else, be consistent with 10.
Put the bandstand and the basketball court together because if you're going to use that 240 volt, it's going to be used in the bandstand.
Yeah.
So you'd have the big grain bin, the bar grain bin, and bandstand slash basketball court. So there'd be 3 possibilities. And if they want the big grain bin and the basketball court, then it's going to be $20, and they'll get the bandstand thrown into nothing.
Deb, what is the current bandstand agreement? Is it just the bandstand and not the basketball court?
We've never had that discussion.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Interesting.
It's rare that I have, in fact, I've never had it until just recently, where I've done multiple
events at the same time.
Yeah.
I think the bandstand and the basketball court together is one entity. And the grain bins.
Both bins are in a
Separate.
together.
It's separate. I
Separate.
mean,
I
that's,
think so.
if they want all of it, then they pay more.
But that doesn't answer my question for what it is right now. Is it
Right.
just the bandstand?
I think the answer is it
The
hasn't
reason-
come up.
It has never come up because, I mean, usually if you're taking the bandstand, you're going to take the basketball court because it's right in front of the bandstand.
Then that's a problem.
That's how I would look at it. I mean, I
They need to be together.
I just don't know anymore.
What? What are you shaking your head at? You got a question?
It may be that somebody wants to just rent the bandstand and somebody else wants to rent the big grain bin and the basketball court. And by putting the bandstand and the basketball court together, we exclude that possibility.
I'd say thing for the grain bins, maybe they want one but not the other.
That's why they're separate. List them all
So
separately.
you're gonna have 4 different things at
So
10
now
bucks
we're
a
gonna
pop.
have the basketball court separate too.
So you could pay 20 and get the basketball court and something.
Mhm.
Yep. It's like a flex space.
Yep. So 4 separate $10.
Well, at certainly is a possibility. Does everybody think that's the best possibility?
More money for the city that way.
More options. And then the shelter will be listed completely separately somewhere else. Is that right?
I have its own form.
Okay, it's a separate form.
So who's gonna enforce all this?
What do we-
Family A comes
okay.
into town and wants to have a family picnic down at the park, thinking the park is open to the community, and decide to sit underneath the Big Ben. Great,
Go ahead and do it.
okay, or who's gonna charge them the $10?
Nobody.
It's only for
This is only if
reservations.
it's reserved.
I want it.
The resolution on the third page of this.
Yeah, otherwise my
Kind
son
of
is gonna have to
explains
rent
it.
the basketball court for the summer because it's the only place left to, yeah, I mean, that's the only place left to play basketball.
Yeah.
So I guess I need reservations.
Anybody can go down there and use any of those facilities without having to pay anything. What you're paying the $10 for is the city enforcement of the reservation.
Okay.
If you want to have an anniversary dinner or a celebration of an anniversary and do it under the Big Ben, on July 14th, then you can reserve the bin for July 14th. We will post it and we will make sure that nobody else flies.
And my thoughts are, I'd rather see, if I'm gonna have that party, I want that whole area, I'll pay you $35 for that whole green area there instead of $10 a piece.
And you would have that option.
Yep, and we would say 40. Because it's 10 each.
I'm just concerned, just like the church, they have $35.
And the other thing I've seen, and I don't know if we do this, do we post on those particular sites that it's reserved?
Yes.
Okay.
There's sign down there.
Okay.
24 to 48 hours at that time.
Number 16, Freedom Rock Plaza. It's not mentioned on the map, it doesn't show on the map.
And that's because there's nothing to reserve there right now. Once we get a shelter there,
Shelter up, okay.
then
I just
we
saying
may
it's-
want to add an area 16 for that shelter.
Like area 41.
51.
51.
51.
We're a small town, so it'll be 41.
Any other discussion? Is there action on this? There is action.
The action is that we've agreed to take the shelter out, number 9, from this list, and that we have 4 items added, or 4 items listed: the big grain bin, the bar grain bin, the bandstand, and the basketball court, which could be reserved separately. And at the top it says it's $10 rental fee for each of these areas. The map does not show a separation in that area, but the form does.
So was that a motion?
Yes.
Sounds good. There's
Second.
second by Megan, discussion. Hearing none, I don't remember where I left off, so Doug, you're right.
Yes.
Ken?
Yeah.
Steve?
Yes.
Lauren?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
If the resolution, page 2C, I think cell phone is 2 words. Isn't it?
Depends who you talk to.
Yes, it is.
Which, we're talking about the resolution that was passed years ago.
Yeah.
Back then it was all one word.
Okay.
Sorry, I made a joke. Many people laughed.
7, J, discussion and action on ordinance change for waste storage containers. So from Steve, our current code restricts the city from providing garbage services to non-residential properties, specifies the rolling containers can only be placed on the curb 12 hours prior to pickup, and stipulates the container must be removed from the curb promptly. I'd like this to be changed to allow the city to provide non-residential rolling container services and require those containers to be placed at the curb no earlier than 24 hours prior to pickup and removed no later than 24 hours after pickup. This is on the agenda, and you can see on the back.
Extending the amount of time because 12 hours, if the garbage is picked up at 8 o'clock in the morning, that means it has to be off at 12 hours later or 8 o'clock at night. And it may be hard for somebody to get home in time to do it. 24 hours doesn't hurt, I don't think, before and after, particularly because containers are left out on the curb all week now, which is already a violation, and is maybe we can get that resolved.
So you see the changes on the back side of that.
If everybody is in agreement, then we can put an ordinance amendment together and get it in place July or August, or publish it for a single reading.
Is there a motion?
Looks good to me.
Motion by Doug. Is there a second?
You wanted it published as a single reading?
Second.
Yes.
I'll second it.
Second by Steve. Discussion. Hearing none. Ken.
Yeah.
Steve.
Yes.
Lauren.
Yes.
Megan.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
And everybody will have a second chance when the ordinance comes in front of them to vote no. This just moves it to a point.
I'm just reading it.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Discussion and action on repairing Second Street Bridge over Indian Creek. So it looks like Tony received a call from Stark County Secondary Roads about the inspection for Second Street Bridge over Indian Creek. They found that the ground on the west side of the bridge has been washed away, leaving the pylons exposed. This needs fixed soon. They recommend creating a small ramp to get a skid loader or a backhoe under the bridge to fill the hole back in, then place riprap over that. I can't read. Over that to
Might
hold
be
in
my
place.
typing.
You're good. Tony asked who they recommend doing the work since the county won't do the work. They said JKT Construction, who I believe is right here in town. My recommendation would be to get a quote from them and we can go from there.
Can I just, did you just make a motion?
Move that the mayor is authorized to obtain a quote and to bring it, should we bring it back to council next month? Or just
It'll
go
fall
ahead?
down by then.
I mean, it's washing away.
It'll take care of
but
itself, then we'll just build a new bridge.
It's probably not an emergency, is it?
They didn't say it was.
It just says this needs to be fixed soon.
Okay, move that the mayor's authorized to get a quote and bring it back to the next meeting of the council.
That's a motion made by Steve.
Second.
Second by Megan. Discussion. Hearing none. Steve.
Yes.
Lauren.
Yes.
Megan.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Ken.
Yeah.
Discussion and action on Mid-Iowa Planning Alliance.
Do you remember this, Bill?
To do, mom's liquor for that?
That would be
Yeah.
That's no
the
consent.
consent agenda.
Got it?
Steve and I went to a meeting a week ago, sometime in there, and Mid-Iowa Planning Alliance, which is what our gentleman here tonight referenced, has some very positive plans in place, but we need to be a member in order to take advantage of some of these options. The rate was some goofy amount, but figures out 15 cents. Nobody paid over $100 to be a member. But we don't know the exact amount. It's based on population at 15 cents. Deb, do you know an exact number today?
I thought it was in the.
Is it in here?
$161.
161, okay, I
Third to the
lied.
last paragraph.
Okay, 161. I said a little under 100, I lied, sorry. But I would certainly recommend that for us to maybe tap into some other resources for grants and other support.
Absolutely. I think this is a fantastic idea because when we talk about Medic and their whole their whole responsibility in the city of Maxwell and planning and economic development, things like that. I think this is great because let's face it, we have some great grant writers here, but there's a lot of bigger grants that we're going to need people that have that expertise to do, as well as getting a comprehensive economic development strategy. I'd like to see, like the Main Street Iowa, what we would do if we were to get that grant, and have some vision boards for community members to see what we want to focus on. So, yeah.
I'll make a motion we join.
That is a motion made by Doug. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Lauren. Discussion.
And that it be paid out of the same place where we pay for membership to the League of Municipalities. Out of the same line item. Is that reasonable, Deb?
No, that's my area.
So yes, it is reasonable.
No, it's not. I just said.
The apparently we got this letter back in December, but we were so heads down in budget that it got lost.
And by we, I think Steve means I do.
Well, I don't know whether
it may have come to us.
you,
I think it
came
did.
to the city, but
I
whatever.
went back through and couldn't find it anywhere.
Fortunately, we could still join without any penalties, so.
All right.
And-
15 cents.
This helps because if it's my understanding, we're in the area that Story County is under, that we don't have
There's
no
cog
resources for
that
us,
they
no
call it.
cogs
Yeah,
for
look
us
at-
at all.
Look at the little logo
Yeah.
down there.
Yeah,
There is no cost
there's nothing
for
for us, so
any of
that's
those
great.
counties.
Right.
Love it.
So we'll go to roll call. Lauren,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Ken,
Yep.
Steve.
Yes.
Item N, 7N, discussion action on street repair proposal from LL Pelling. In front of you, you do have the annual agreement.
And the recommendation from the streets committee is that we do the first 3 and we do Baldwin from 2nd to 3rd and Short from Main to Jennings. Is that right? Those are the only ones, because no is written on the others.
Correct.
Right.
I think these were done, Rock Creek was done recently, wasn't it?
Couple of years.
Yeah. And I think it's still in decent shape.
There are spots, but I think Tony can take care of some of those.
And Trotter was also done recently as well, and that's in decent shape. So,
Move that we approve the 5 items on the list.
moved by Steve. Is there a second?
I will second.
Second by Doug. Discussion. Hearing none. Crap. Megan?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Ken?
Yep.
Steve?
Yes.
Yes.
Item, I think this is 7O, discussion action on nuisance properties. In front of you, you see that the letters have been sent. These letters did state that they needed to notify the city by May 6th if there was, if they need help getting rid of anything. So, that, and the reason that May 6th obviously is because Saturday is the citywide cleanup day, and we need to have more resources that day too. So,
Based upon the discussion that we had during citizens forum, which kind of overlaps this, are we still in agreement that we want to continue with this process?
As long as we are
And
fair.
my house is in Lauren's area, and she didn't.
I didn't come
She
down.
failed to add me to the list,
Yes, I did.
apparently.
That was my
So
thing.
what is the criteria that we're using? And are we applying it equally to everyone?
That's the key.
Because I know there's a house on Baldwin that is way bigger shape, worse than your house, and it's not even on the list.
Baldwin's mine. And I went up and down that street several times in the last several months. I walk it every single morning, and I don't have an issue with any of
that
the
house.
properties
Okay.
on my street.
Exactly. Right.
They don't fall under the nuisance. Now, are some of them not very attractive? Sure. I'm sure people go by my house and think maybe the same thing. It is a matter of opinion, and I am strictly going by our ordinance.
So we have some
And
concrete.
that's kind of where I'm getting at, is it doesn't follow the ordinance, so
Right.
that
You know,
shouldn't either, but.
If
Broken
there was
windows
a way
and-
to
Yeah, but I had a broken window
ensure
up until
supposed to
that
be
we
fixed.
were
well, it
applying
was from
something in
duration,
a
and it was
uniform
supposed to be
way,
fixed.
You can't get
then
size.
yes, we might be able to
Yep.
say, here's a house
Maybe
whose,
it's on
uh,
I'm just saying.
that
Might be
is,
in the
destroying the value of other houses in the neighborhood because it's in such poor repair. But, you know, we'd have to be, really careful with that, we're doing that correctly. Now, maybe the Garrison house at one time, before they jacked it up, was, a house that, was pulling down the value of adjacent houses. Well, I believe they're trying to fix it up. And so once it gets back down on the foundation, I assume it's gonna get sided and it will look a lot better. But is that the litmus test for us, or is it my house that is the litmus test for us? And, you know, that's the difficult part of exterior maintenance. If it has a lot of broken windows, yes. If it's boarded up windows, then probably. If it's peeling paint,
Steve, what if part of the building is literally falling down?
absolutely.
The corner of Fifth and Metcalf, the brown house that's there. The back side of it is literally falling down.
And we did have that discussion as well.
Did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think that's on the list here. So yes, there,
Yeah,
if it is deteriorating to the point where there's structural failures, there's no question.
okay.
But is my peeling paint on the south side of the house?
That's not on the ordinance, right?
Yeah,
Peeling
it
paint,
is.
peeling
It is.
paint or,
Yeah. Peeling paint is in that list. You know, he read it, and I knew it was there, but are we, just because it's there doesn't mean that it is driving down the value of other property, which it lists a whole bunch of things in a sentence that says, that ends up saying where such things drive down the value of adjacent property.
And I think too, as we discussed at our last meeting, it's very hard because I really wanted that letter that went out to be nice, but it's really hard to do that when there's specific things that has to say. So that's why in the first paragraph that when it got sent out, it says, if you need help by the city to clean this up, let us know by May 6th. So on May 7th, we can go around and has anybody called about that?
Not that one.
No. So.
And like the bicycles, one man's treasure is another man's
Exactly.
junk.
And I like the way he came about that. He did a
Yeah.
pretty excellent job. You're right. I mean,
But
So
are
that can't,
two inoperable vehicles a man's treasure? or is it a man's
It could
junk?
be, it could be.
Then doesn't that fall under another ordinance of junk vehicles? If it's not getting repaired.
But, and are we going to be, the junk Nazis?
Right.
At what point does, doing town cleanup become just exactly what was being complained about? And at what point is it reasonable just to keep a lid on things? And that's, we had definite opinions today on one side.
Yeah, and I think that's the hard part is you want to do, as an elected official, you want to do what's best for the city. But in return, obviously,
You have to have broad shoulders
Yeah.
to proceed.
Yep.
All there is to it.
so
Broad shoulders and, not
Short
a fear,
memories.
not a fear of heights, because
Short
my
memories.
house is really high, to scrape all that paint on the second floor. I'm getting too old for that.
Can you dangle out the window? Maybe you could dangle out the window. Just
Are you gonna hold the other end of the rope?
any other discussion on that? Any other discussion?
That's not the point.
Is there any action we want to take at this point?
Doug is putting together, all of our nuisance information for the Economic Development Committee. They've created a subcommittee, where they're going to look at, seeing if they can come up with a standard set of ordinances and procedures, for everyone in Story County to make it easier to do these types of cleanups, because apparently we're not the only town. that
No,
does
everyone at that meeting was addressing similar thoughts.
And
There are
so,
places that need cleaned up. We want to be fair and consistent. So I volunteered to the committee. Steve Elbamy said, well, he was going to if I didn't, to come up with a uniform set of ordinances. And they're even looking at hiring a person to be shared, that person will take care of all these with a form letter and keep track of timelines and other things, which would certainly be worth the money in my mind to split this. We'd pay a tenth of whatever it would be if there were 10 communities involved.
I wouldn't want that job.
No, I wouldn't either.
I shared with everyone, what I thought, was the procedure that we're using based upon, actions by the council in 2018, and then updated it to our current reading of the ordinance. And I shared that with everyone on the council, and I encouraged Doug to start with that as our process. I believe that is still being followed, but if you take a look at it and think about it, if there's any additional questions, make sure you get to Doug, or suggestions, get to Doug, so he can work at it with the committee.
Sure. Any other discussion? All right. So now we'll jump back up to item 5D, the library report. It looks like they checked out 215 books, 89 DVDs, doesn't show attendance or bridges or holds. Right here. Looks like attendance was 284, bridges were 97 and 89 on hold. They have had 53 kids attend the 2 early out movies, 8 kids attend the STEM program. Astrology class had 18 kids. 12 attended our babysitting class, and they have a free seat swap going on right now. Upcoming events, continued learning for the board to operate the best it can. April 30th was Gardening 101 from 10 to 11:30, and they're working on more programs for all ages. Anything for the library? Hearing none, we will move on to Public Works. Streets, they're getting cold patches, start filling potholes, should be here in the middle to the end of the month to seal coat streets. Alina is replacing street light poles on Main Street from 2nd Street to 5th Street. Parks, the restrooms are open, getting mowers ready to do battle for the summer. Water, pumped about 1.2 million gallons, sold about 1.1 million gallons. Chris has been through water distribution grade 1 class and is working on testing. Sewer, pumped 3.5 million gallons, working on getting water line ran out to the lagoons. Chris has been through wastewater grade 1, is working on testing. If it ever gets warmed up, we need to have the open house. Anything for Tony on Public Works?
Definitely eye-opening that we pumped 1 million in water and pumped 3.5 million in sewer, which is the connections we have of storm water getting into the sewer line. Of course, some of that is the one house, Garrison's, where they did not plug the sewer.
Yep.
But we know that there are other houses who have their floor drains in their basement going to the sewer, and that's no longer permitted in our ordinance. Whether or not we need to go around and get them disconnected is something we probably need to. Is that a law now that says you can't do it and people have to disconnect, or are they grandfathered in?
I don't know if it's a law. It might be governed on local ordinance. It's obviously not a good thing. Most communities that we run across that deal with stuff like that, they may have a program for illicit connection, illicit discharge, or illicit connection elimination, where
the city helps.
The city helps identify
getting it undone.
Yep, the city helps identify what houses may have illicit connections, and then either has a program to help offset the costs for getting those disconnected, or enforcing disconnection of that. Because you're incurring costs to treat that water that is connected. So, but I don't know about if it's a law or if it's just governed by local ordinances.
So
I can do some research and find out, because that might help you guys make your decision on how to address it.
That would be good. I know that after the big rain, when all the water from the north end of town was going into the sewer line at the Garrison's house, that we had a house that had its floor drain have sewage or storm water or whatever coming back up through the floor drain. Well, that tells you immediately that there's a connection between the floor drain and the sanitary sewer, which there shouldn't be. So we know of at least one house, and maybe we should establish a program where we either fund the removal on a house-by-house basis when we find them, or share in the cost. That'd be something to think about. And when Wes gets back to us about whether it's a requirement or whether it's local law, then we can make the decision whether or not we want to do a program.
And we will probably, my assumption is the insurance company of that particular house will probably send us a bill for that, since it kind of did fall on the city.
And we are going to turn around
and pass
that bill back to the person with the building permit, because they failed to cap the sewer, which caused the problem.
So, just as a heads up, if you see that come through, that is also the same day that we had to call somebody to clean out the sewer lines on that particular side of the street as well. That
as a result of this.
I don't know if it was as a result.
Well, they came down because we didn't know if it was a blockage, or just what it was, and so they came down and through their investigation, we found out that it was an uncapped service line that caused the problem. And so, yeah, they did some jetting and some cleaning to make sure that any debris that got in there got cleared out. So the city has a cost, and that cost will be, I've asked that cost be sent to the person of the building.
Perfect.
Also, just in public works, throughout the last couple of months, have street signs been ordered
Yep, and they've been delivered.
and delivered? Okay. Cool. What else was there?
Are we going to have to get new poles to put them on, or?
I think some of them we will definitely.
Okay.
So there's a couple on Hanover. And street lights, the ones that are the nice black ones.
The decorative ones.
Yeah, the ones that have been ran over. Where are we on those?
I know I talked to Tony.
Been a couple of years on.
I know I talked to Tony a little bit on some of those, and I think this was recently. I can't remember.
The one in front of Lobson's has been hit twice, so it's not always been a couple of years.
I think
It gets hit about once a year.
and I think part of that is finding the replacements for those has been a little difficult. So
He should have them. I paid for them. He was just waiting for winter to get over so no one would hit him again.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
Until the one at the fire station and the one at Logston's will get replaced.
Yep.
Yes,
This spring.
we have them.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Just
Anything-
wondered where we were.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. We'll move on to city clerk cleanup day Saturday. We need to decide who's available and who will take the money. Is everybody available Saturday morning?
No, I will not be in town, but my son-in-law, the wonderful person that he is going to stand in for me.
Does he
Was
know
he
that?
Mark Reisdorf.
Yeah, does he know this yet, or yeah, let's tell him on Saturday morning.
You think you can get him to scrape your house and paint
Yeah.
Not
He's a wonderful
by
person.
Saturday.
Yeah, I'll be here Saturday.
Brent and I will both be there.
This will be the first one I've ever missed.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
you've been at every single one I've been to.
No, I don't know. I could probably pick up the money, but I probably shouldn't take the money since I also signed the checks. Plus, I'll have to leave at 10 to go coach T-ball.
Well, you can start taking the money and you fill out a receipt on each one, and even though you write the checks, this is a receipt of money, not a writing of checks.
And we've learned not to take tires.
And when you have to leave, you can trade them and they can pick it up.
Perfect. Working on the budget amendment, there was a human error on my first try, so we'll have to have a second meeting this month, which sounds like we're already having. So Dee is still working on FEMA wind disaster. Just an FYI, she will not be here June 6th. You will have either D attend or just record the meeting for me to type up later. I will be available for questions by phone. And then you have the treasurer reports and attached. Questions?
We have $194,000 to the good in the sewer and $110,000 in the hole in sewer, and we're going to write $177,000 check. So does that mean we still have another drawdown coming?
Yeah, I've talked to Justin. He's waiting for this last check, this last payment to send everything in that we've had. And it should come up to about that.
Okay, and so some of that 194,000 belongs down in where the 110,000 is.
I don't think so.
So
Eventually we'll probably have to put some.
we may have to flip some, but we're going to get enough to cover both the 110 and the 177.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Steve?
No.
Okay. Oh, clerk's week
Be
is,
nice.
sorry, I ripped mine in half, is this week. So it'll be nice to your city clerk.
You did.
He
Every
did
week.
to get him some.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant like no, Dad.
No, no, we appreciate you, Deb. You put in a lot of hard work. so
Appreciate
we
you very much.
Appreciate it.
Good
Put up
after
with all my
today, I
phone
need
calls.
it.
We appreciate you so much that after we're done tonight, you can take the rest of the night off.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Then we'll go to council mayor report,
We were doing
Steve.
that.
Oh, hold on. I forgot. We have,
Complaints.
complaints. One of them was on Young's at 618 Metcalf Street. And it's a complaint about the, junk in the backyard. Another one is, 619, about the water in the backyard. And the other one is another complaint about the flooding in the backyard. So. Any questions on those?
Well, I'm certainly sympathetic that, that lot floods, that, water comes down the alley from the north and does not continue all the way south because, there is a high spot in that lot, in that alley, in that block, which prevents the water from, what is it, 7th Street on the north side of them, from flowing all the way down to, well, maybe it's 6th Street, from 6th Street all the way down to, nope, 7th Street all the way down to 6th, and then from 6th down into the lot, into the backyard of Garrison's, and from there, no place.
Well, yeah, it goes
until
to the basement and Tom Gearson's.
So the city's looked at that in the past. And the solution was that we would do a storm sewer plan that goes from Baldwin along 5th Street up to the alley between Main, or between the alley between Maxwell and Metcalf, and then up the alley, up that alley to 6th Street. Because if we're going to be allowing the water from 7th Street and north to flow down, we've got to make sure it doesn't end up in the backyard of Garrison's property. So until we can get the sewer extended, we can't really take the hump out of the alley, because that would just create more of a problem in Garrison's backyard.
Sure.
So that was, and that storm sewer plan is phase 2 after we get Baldwin done. So we have a process, and it's not going to solve anything very fast. But that's just, like was said earlier today, that's the problem with the town.
Yep.
We don't have storm sewers, and so we can't drain.
Is that the problem then on 6th, because with the road and the water coming up into my driveway and my backyard floods too?
You're on 6th on the other side of Metcalf, right? You're on.
I'm on 6th.
East side. East side of Metcalf.
East side, yeah.
The dead end.
Right.
There is a beehive back there. that is supposed to take water and there is a beehive back there that's supposed to take water and take it around the elderly housing to their low spot, and then under the road and down to Fourth and over to Woodlawn and down to First Street.
But-
So there is an inlet. I don't know if that
The way
that
the,
has
yeah, the road,
gotten plugged or not.
yeah, the way the road is, though, I mean, it goes,
Every time you
Yeah.
seal coat,
yeah,
the
that's
road
a
gets higher
major
and higher.
problem.
I have that same problem. At
Logston's
my
do
house.
too. I mean, they've got a lake there in Logston's yard. And mine, it goes down and my whole backyard. You couldn't see grass in my backyard. And that, yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
And there's no, I don't know how it drains, there's no gutter, there's no, I mean, it's not, not paved, so there's not gutter, there's not sewer, or there's not wastewater inlets or anything.
Well, there was an inlet at the end of the street.
East of Bill Harrington's old house, there's one there between senior
On
housing.
the north side of the street. Yeah, there's an inlet
The
there.
backyard of senior house, north, toward the water tower from senior housing, there's one.
And so maybe one of the things that we started doing a few years ago was TVing, or putting a
Camera.
signal generator in these things, a camera, and we haven't gotten to that inlet. And what we should do is do that inlet down to
The highway there.
down to the highway. And if that's the case, and if it's in good condition, putting a small pipe along 6th Street so that it'll pick up some of that. It's not going to be a storm sewer, but
There's nothing though at the west end there at Metcalf, is there?
No.
It's a block east of you.
Okay, Steve,
what are we asking?
Do you have
mayor
any-
reports or council reports,
Oh.
anything?
We bought a trail cam.
Yep.
We put it up in the yard waste. We know that it was not good enough to identify individuals and vehicles, but we didn't know whether it's going to be good enough to at least give us an idea of who's doing what. And I have not heard a report on that.
Yeah.
And we had an issue of was it wind or was it vandalism that knocked over Kaibos in the park? Getting, if the trail cam works adequately to at least identify, possibly pointing in the direction of who does something, then do we want to put some trail cams on top of the bin, the big bin on the roof, and point it in various directions? Or are the trail cams no good?
The trail cams are good. You can see the type of car that pulls in. We did have an incident of somebody putting garbage again in the city dump last week. And the problem with that is you can see the person carrying the trash, but they parked out of reach of the camera. So the camera didn't pick up the car or vehicle. So we couldn't pinpoint that down. But
Is that because the gate was locked?
I have no idea.
Did they,
I don't think it was. I don't
Okay,
It's always been open.
Yeah. Yeah.
gate's been open?
Yep.
Okay, so we aren't locking the gate except during business hours.
It's,
I think they've kept it open because they haven't had any issues until last week.
it hasn't been closed.
Yeah. So And this would have been done during business hours. I believe it was light out when they came through. So, yeah, I don't know. They just knew where the trail cam was and decided not to drive
Do
by.
we have 2 trail cams?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Putting up a second one so we have overlapping field of vision might be worthwhile.
Yep.
If they're adequate to at least help us identify where the problems are. Do we want to get a couple more and put them up down in the park? Maybe on top of the bin and aim them toward the Kybos?
I think we should ask Tony or Crispy if that's something they
What I'd rather see is possibly, I know the city of not Huxley. City of, anyway, another small town, has internet or service in the park.
Yeah.
And with that said, then you could run a wireless type camera.
Yeah.
And put it anywhere, keeping Tony from having to climb up and down to go check the camera.
Yep.
Well, the cameras that we have,
They do send them images.
Oh, do they send? Okay, okay, I didn't know that.
Yep, they're cellular based.
Sorry, I forgot.
Yep.
Okay, but
So,
yeah, I mean, that'd be something, and then, you know, kind of what kind of camera you get, you can rotate it, you know, back and forth.
yeah, the trail cams that we have, they
They do.
will do the photo over the cell network, but they're stationary. They don't
Right,
move.
yep.
Polk City.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So
That's right.
we'll talk to Tony and see if it's worth the while to go that route.
And we have other assets that, if they work, then the council wanted to get more so that we can protect our assets, and we should have had enough time to figure out whether they work.
For sure. Yep. Anything else, Steve?
Yes. We had an email about incident command training that was sent to everybody. Is anybody or is everybody going to attend?
It's a good course. I've taken it through the fire department and through the National Weather Service, and it's a good course to take, especially if we have another derecho. It really dives deep into the tiers and having that incident response packet readily available. So I think it's ICS 901, 401, something like that.
402, I think.
201?
402.
402. One of those numbers.
Yeah,
no.
ICS 402.
Yep.
And it is May 17th is when it's scheduled for.
But it looks like they're trying to set up another group to show it to, because there's an attachment that you're supposed to log in
Yes.
availability.
By May 4th.
Yeah.
So if you're interested, I'd get signed up. Yeah.
So
I tried to sign up, but I couldn't get it open. Yeah, it wouldn't open right. So.
May the 4th be with you.
And if you're having trouble, I would email Keith or Melissa at Story County Emergency.
And by the way, Keith is retiring. He will sorely be missed.
So
Are you thinking about doing it, Ken, or
I won't be in town.
won't be in town? Doug?
Not that date, but I can do it. I will do it.
Are you going to see if there are other dates?
I've had some.
I will email him and ask, yes.
Okay.
I've had some of that training, but I won't be in town that tonight.
I'm gonna look into it.
Okay. Hey, if you don't have that email, then let me know and I can forward a copy to you.
Yes, I
So
do.
you'll have the link. You
Just
Send
came
it to
today.
everybody.
should have gotten it.
I was
'cause
saying,
Deb-
that looks brand new, so I'll read that and
Yeah.
get back to you.
And my last thing is, the issue was brought up during the citizens forum that, we don't need a backhoe because we don't have anybody that, can operate it safely. And I didn't know if that was the case or not. Is that something that, you can look into?
I can look into that. And I can talk to Tony about that too. One thing that I forgot is we use it for water main breaks too, I believe.
But that was part of the issue that he was, raising, that, if you're going to be digging down to a water main break, then you should have
Confined space.
the confined
Retaining wall
space to
stuff,
keep
yeah.
the
I was on that
sidewalls
call,
up.
I was on that call and then when he,
Mhm.
walls broke down and
Which Tony and Chris both should already have the confined space training through the fire department. That's something that has to be done, I believe, annually. So
We have the backhoe we paid for. If we need to get a box, so that our employees are safe, we need to do that. I don't know how much we actually dig, for, water main breaks. Usually we get, the plumber out, to dig the hole because they have all the equipment that is needed to, freeze the pipe and patch it or whatever they're doing.
but I
So,
think the last time I seen it happen up here on Main Street, he didn't have a box either. And I believe then as us hiring somebody, it's our responsibility to make sure they have
everything they do.
all they need and to be safe about it. So
if we need to buy a box, we need to buy a box.
or, we don't have to buy one, we could rent one. Cause I don't know how often you need it, but I know on Saturday or Sunday, you're not gonna have rental, you're right, but maybe it's something.
And when there's a
I don't
water
know
main
if
break,
Collins has one and we can do a share type deal for something like that where.
That's a great idea.
I'd
If,
rather do,
Cambridge,
somebody,
us and
if
Collins.
nobody has it, then let's buy it together and
Cool.
share it. And I don't care where we keep it.
And I do have that written down to check on. So is that it, Steve?
Yes.
Lauren,
I've got nothing.
Megan,
I'm so tired, I can't even hardly talk anymore. Catalyst grant, have you ever heard of it?
Mm-mm.
So I work with Donnell now and she's on city council for Colin. And she told me about this grant that's coming up. It's $100,000 awarded once a year. 40% of the funds are reserved for communities under 1,500 in population. And it is for like revitalizing your main street if the building has like apartment type space above it.
which is 90% of our main.
So
Perfect.
there you go. There's some
But
information
does
on
the
it.
city have to own the building or is it a?
I'm sure all that wording says it.
Perfect. I'll share it with you.
Yes,
Is that it?
yes.
Doug?
We directed Wes to do a little checking. Another thing that might be worth checking on, we're gonna be mowing soon. Tony said getting ready for the blast of mowing. Right now, I don't think it's possible to mow down there by the soccer field. We've got the bleachers still sitting there. We've got broken styrofoam. In fact, I took a picture, pass that around if we want to, and the rebar all laying there. I don't know that the city workers should have to clean that up in order to mow. And how long are the bleachers gonna be there? They are using that soccer field. So they're 6 feet away from the stubs from a bleachers. As far as the out of bounds goes, you could stand at the corner where the flag is and touch the bleachers. So that's a danger in my mind that we don't want to have somebody run out of bounds and clobber into that, plus the mowing part of it. So I don't know how long they're planning on leaving them there, when they're going to get them out of there, but we're going to need to mow next week.
Is that something that if they come back and say, well, what do you want us to do with the bleachers? Could we take those and put them near the truck pull area? Is That's.
No, we should be
Was
taking
there
them. They should.
Right,
in
they-
August?
They would be taking. So.
Your question is, would we allow them to be stored at the truck pull area?
Yep.
I would have no problem with that.
Wes, can you check on that when Snyder reaches out to him?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I could see that being included under the questions or the concerns we have
Just as
in our letter
time.
response back to them about the.
If they can even reuse those bleachers, they would all
Well,
twisted.
if they would have set them up right away, I think they'd have a lot better chance because they're still sitting at a skewed angle. I think that's all I have. The incident command trainings already
But
mentioned.
they have to be out of there by the first weekend.
Oh, August, correct.
So, okay.
I don't know.
For the truck
Yeah, but
pull
soccer's
there.
probably over
Oh.
by then.
Yeah,
I think soccer would be over, so they could just haul them back to the soccer
But,
field.
but Old Settlers truck pull.
truck pull.
Yeah.
would
No,
have
that's
to-
what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Haul it back.
Haul it back.
So what about,
It's not on that.
can we just go down where all the picnic tables are? That Old Settlers has all their picnic tables at, or down by the,
They don't-
on the road, you know where we go, like, keep
Yes.
all the fencing and all that.
It goes back to the issue of who can use the road.
Right.
And how difficult it would be to move those bleachers from there to the other location. Is there any other, how about the, putting them over on the, Legion field, by the, alley on the west side of the Legion field between the ballpark and that alley where the, county shed is.
Kind of next to the flag area, where the
Yeah.
flag's at.
Yep.
Would work too.
Yep.
Then you don't have anybody playing there.
Right.
True. Not gonna be people.
And that would probably be better than putting it over there and then having to move it again.
People can kind of keep an eye on it there too.
You can put caution tape around it or something too.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No.
I'll just make one comment.
Yeah.
Has city council ever done 2 meetings a month? Splitting all this in half to
Yes.
short, doesn't work, you're gonna have to tell me if it doesn't work, cause it's just an idea.
Well, I can tell you, me being up 20 and a half hours right now is not working because I'm not even like comprehending. at this
I
point.
watch other similar city council meetings on, bigger towns, smaller towns. These go quite long.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just something to think about,
Good
talk
thought.
about it later. The pay, gets split, ideally, you split this in half, so half the
If
money
you split
goes.
this in half, you don't even have to pay me for the
You
second
just don't
meeting.
pay me, just, let's go home before midnight.
We would have to amend the ordinance to do that.
Correct. Just something to spin around in your brain.
In a year and a half, you can think about it.
Jameson?
Do you have anything
What do
else?
you got?
No.
What do I got?
Yeah.
The only thing I got is Sue, I want to apologize for barking at you during, Citizens Forum.
Oh, you didn't bite.
I apologize for
That's
that.
Well, thank you, but you didn't bite, so I'm okay. I'm a big girl with broad shoulders.
So, then we'll move on to item number 9, consent agenda, which also includes item H and item L.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Moved approval by Steve,
Second.
second by Ken, discussion. Hearing none, I don't even remember where we left off. So
Start
it's
with me.
Steve,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Ken. Is there a motion for adjournment?
I motion to
Motion
adjourn.
Motion by
Megan.
Megan, second by
Yeah.
Lauren, discussion. Hearing none. Lauren,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Ken.
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah.
Okay, we are adjourned.
Physically ill being up this long.
I know.
I seriously, you want to hand me that little
You wanna
thing
end
in
that?
the middle?
You-